transferring to the operating room. If it's just a simple breathing difficulty, we can observe it in the oxygen chamber for a while, and it can heal on its own. There's absolutely no need for it to suffer this, especially since we can't be certain whether it's a tracheal collapse. We can wait for the examination report before making a decision. The lady said, "I don't want to wait for the examination report. I want to go to the operating room now." "It's like this, ma'am." The doctor began to persuade her again, but caught sight of the teddy in the ICU oxygen chamber, its pupils dilating and foaming at the mouth. He suddenly narrowed his pupils, took a quick step forward to open the oxygen chamber, and rushed out with the teddy inside. Things happened too quickly. Tonight, while catching mice, she suddenly found that the doctor had already passed by her. I went and watched, and I was so anxious. I told you to get it done quickly. However, a legitimate hospital needs to look at the test results. Otherwise, if they schedule surgery without reviewing the results, they might be criticized for excessive medical treatment. After holding it in for so long, the doctor really has no experience at all. Diagnosing relies entirely on machines. I hope for safety. The way Pai Pai is gasping is truly heart-wrenching. Tonight, chasing the mouse to the door of the operating room, the fingertips gripping the phone turned slightly white, as if I had just regained my senses from the previous panic. "Teacher Wen." "Don't worry. Wen Youning has already found the introduction of the online hospital and the profiles of the doctors. This hospital is quite legitimate and the doctors are reliable. This surgery won't cause major problems." My hands are trembling while trying to catch the mouse tonight, and even the camera is shaky. Well, thank you," I stammered. In the end, I couldn't help but choke up with nervousness. Standing at the door of the operating room for a while, the nurse hurriedly went in with the examination report. "Dr. Wang, the trachea collapse is very serious, almost stage 4. Hurry and install the tracheal stent." The voice faded away behind the door. Tonight, while dealing with the mouse, I looked up and saw nothing inside. The test results are always a step behind her. Tonight, while dealing with the mouse, I covered my face and said, "Teacher Wen, it really is tracheal collapse." You should sit down and rest for a while." Wen Youning noticed the change in the camera and felt that tonight's mouse handler's spirit was instantly tense and then slackened, and to prevent her from falling, it was safer for her to sit down. Wen Youning was confirmed after just a few simple questions. Now she believes every word Wen Youning says without a doubt, basically listening to whatever is said. She leaned against the wall and smoothly made her way to the chair, sitting down still feeling somewhat dazed. This is a sense of helplessness after solving a major issue, and it makes one begin to recall what they did before. Pai Pai is quite lucky as well. They noticed it early and called the doctor. Yes, if the dog had started foaming at the mouth before they called the doctor, considering the time it takes for the doctor to arrive, the puppy would have definitely suffered even more. Without the examination results as a backing, Teacher Wen is too confident. That's why when going to the hospital, we look for the experienced doctors. Everything they have seen and gone through is all accumulated knowledge. The live connection continued until the operating room door opened. The doctor walked in front, and Jinwen de Layashu suddenly looked up. "Doctor, the surgery was very successful. Come with me to the consultation room to discuss." The doctor took the examination results from the nurse. "Okay." Jinwen de Layashu fell half a step behind the doctor, unable to hide his excitement in his tone. "Teacher Wen, Pippi is fine. Woo woo, thank you, Teacher Wen. It's all thanks to you." Wen Youning also breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good if everything is fine. Pay attention to post-operative care. I will send you some information. You can follow the doctor's suggestions accordingly." "Tonight I'm going to catch a mouse." The doctor in front heard the sound, glanced suspiciously, and thought "tonight I'm going to catch a mouse" was urging him to catch up, so he hurriedly put away his phone and followed. After hanging up, Wen Youning lightly tapped the live broadcast device with his finger. I've arrived at the hotel. There's no emergency, so I'll end the live stream for now. Tonight, see you tomorrow after my flight. Do you think this time span is correct? What time is it? How is it already tomorrow? Wen Youning's eyes curved in a smile, and after waiting for a while and confirming there were no emergencies, she said, "Down." At the moment the exclamation mark appeared, the live broadcast room fell into a black screen. Compared to the continuous rainy days in City B. City A doesn't see summer rain, but the dry and stuffy weather can also make it hard to breathe. Zhao Zi drove to the entrance of the small courtyard. As Wen Youning just got out of the car, the little tabby cat on the fence pounced over, meow. Sister, sister, sister. You're back, I missed you so much. The little tabby rubbed against Wen Youning, licking and snuggling, playfully rolling on her shoulder. Wen Youning quickly scooped it up, bringing the little tabby back as it slid down. Wen Youning kissed the little cat's head and said, "Sister misses you too." The red falcon looked coldly at the little tabby. What a sycophantic cat. Its disdainful gaze was impossible to hide. It flew to Wen Youning's other shoulder, spread its wings around her, and it looked like it was giving her a hug. "Chirp. Do you have a hawk? Hawk sticker." The red hawk's beak brushed against Wen Youning's cheek. Pecking can cause injury, but rubbing cannot. It rubs more closely than the little tabby cat. Due to their size, the little tabby cannot enjoy rubbing too much, but the red kites can. Woof woof. The dogs in the yard expressed great enthusiasm, their tails wagging to the point of creating afterimages, with several of them standing up, paws resting on the fence. They did not jump out, strictly adhering to the agreement of not leaving the yard arbitrarily with Wen Youning. The voices of the little animals at home are almost like a wave. As one sound passes by, another quickly follows. Wen Youning reached in to pat a dog's head, and the dog tilted its head, following her hand. The puppy is not tall enough. As the shortest among the group of dogs, when it stands on all fours, its height is only half of the others. When it stands up, the difference is even greater. Woof woof, even though the puppy is small, it still can't squeeze in. Be careful, don't fall. Wen Youning held one, leaving no hand to grab the suitcase. Zhao Zi helped push the suitcase inside. He was still worried when he came in that the dog might run out. It turned out that he had overthought it after going in. The dogs were all gathered around Wen Youning. They showed no intention of running out, and they didn't even want to stay on the periphery themselves. The door is not closed. Wen Youning hesitantly entered. Yan Wolfyu. The tone rose slowly when seeing Yan Wolf and Lin Beiyu in the living room. Lin Beiyu was holding a tray with snacks for the white lion on it. The pieces of fresh meat snacks were much larger than those given to other small animals, while Yan Wolf was currently trying to bite Lin Beiyu's thigh. It seems that this scene was beyond everyone's and Wang's expectation. When leaving, the rock wolf, who appeared to have a good relationship with Lin Beiyu on the surface, was particularly silent. "You're back." Lin Beiyu stepped aside and pulled away from the rock wolf. "Wen Youning, was there a bite?" Lin Beiyu touched the rock wolf's head. "No, it hasn't had a chance to bite yet." The rock wolf squinted its eyes and turned its head. Woo. Lin Beiyu quickly withdrew his hand with a whoosh. The rock wolf hadn't even opened its mouth, and he had already reacted swiftly. Woo! The rock wolf shook its fur and slowly walked over to Wen Youning's side. Wen Youning squatted down, opened her arms, and gave the rock wolf a big hug, her palms rubbing the back of the rock wolf's neck. "Did you miss me?" You missed me, didn't you?" Wen Youning smiled gently, cradling the rock wolf's head. "I missed you too." Meow! The little tabby cat and the red kite were fighting side by side when they heard the sound and tilted their heads. "Of course, I also care about everyone." Wen Youning tilted her head, rubbing against the little tabby cat, and the red falcon squeezed over to cuddle with her. Wen Youning stood up holding the little tabby cat. Mr. Lin, thank you for your help during this time. Not a hassle, they're all very well behaved. Lin Bai Yu met the gaze of the rock wolf that turned towards him, especially the rock wolf, gentle and soft, really very well behaved. Wen Youning slowly raised one eyebrow. Wasn't there almost a war just now? Lin Beiyu smiled at her, appearing very sincere. Ha ha ha, President Lin, if you're being threatened, just blink. Goodness, seeing your comment, President Lin's eyes must have flashed double. Lin is outwardly saying it's fine, but inside he's thinking, help me, help me. Do you know you were wrong? Will you dare to fight me for paid plushies again next time? Is the rock wolf very obedient? Wen Youning found Lin Bai Yu's serious demeanor amusing, knowing that he was lying. Woo! The rock wolf slightly lowered its head and rested it against her waist. Wen Youning nodded earnestly, observing the rock wolf's hind legs. I'm relieved that you are being good. There shouldn't have been any sneak attacks, fights, bites, or chases that could injure someone, even more so after hurting your hind leg and being in a cast, right? Silence is the current rock wolf. Haha, the inner voice won't betray the puppy, but the expression will. Wen Youning couldn't help but laugh while rubbing the rock wolf's face. The rock wolf lowered its eyes, and the sound it made was full of helplessness. Lin Beiyu said, you chat with them first, I'll go bring the meat in for the white lion. I'll go. Wen Youning placed the tabby cat on the sofa and reached out, just in time to see the white lion. I'll also check the white lion's injuries. Before she left, the wounds on the white lion had all healed, and its eyes were also recovering well, but to be safe, it still needed a recheck. Don't fight. Wen Youning patted the rock wolf's head and walked out with the tray. The rock wolf glanced at Lin Beiyu and made a noise, woof. Lin Beiyu quickly looked up but didn't look at it. The rock wolf turned around and lay down on the mat. The rabbit chewed on the fodder, looking around, its three-part mouth munching, and then continued to chew, chew, chew. Wen Youning circled around outside, thinking that on this hot day, the white lion would be inside sleeping with the air conditioning on. However, when she came out, she found the white lion lying in the lobby basking in the sun, with its eyes open, seemingly lost in thought. She raised her hand to greet it but paused before the words came out, then quickly ran inside to open the door to the inner room. Sneak up behind the white lion to give it a surprise. With that thought, Wen Youning pushed open the door to the outer hall. Hi, huh. The call from the exit turned into a doubtful remark as Wen Youning looked at the spot where the white lion had been lying. Where did it run off to? This place has another entrance leading to the indoor area, besides the exit she came in. Wen Youning hesitantly walked into the room to look for it, went around in a circle, and saw the white fur in the gap of the artificial rockery beside him. When he went over to take a look, he found the white lion lying on a mat inside, as if it were sleeping. Weren't you just outside? The discovered white lion let out a cry. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. The sound of breathing seems to condense into clear bites. Deep sleep, / Wen Youning suddenly froze, realizing it was not the breathing of someone who was asleep, but the heart's voice of the white lion. You pretended to be asleep again. You were just outside. How could you fall asleep so quickly? Wen Youning saw him pretending so seriously that she couldn't help but squat down beside him and poke his forehead. It seems that the white lion had already noticed her coming and got up to hide in advance. I wasn't pretending to sleep, I fell asleep. Wen Youning fed, if you're asleep you shouldn't have any thoughts. Not thinking about anything. Ignoring you. It seems that the white lion wants to pretend to be deeply asleep to make it appear more realistic. It even pretends to roll over, covering its face with its paw, but unknowingly makes a snoring sound. From time to time, it pauses. Perhaps the white lion itself realizes that this situation is not right during sleep. Wen Youning was so cute that she laughed, haha. Its heart and mouth being contradictory, Now there's no mouth, it's just the heart not being in sync right. Is it still possible to deny the inner voice? Why are you ignoring me? Are you mad? Or are you just not happy? Wen Youning said while poking the white lion with her fingers, I came back and didn't take long before I brought you food, yet you still won't talk to me. The murmurs continue, and the white lion's voice rings out. I'll hit you. The white lion, pretending to sleep, let out a low growl and turned to swipe with a paw. As Wen Youning heard the voice in her heart, she withdrew her hand, but the white lion's paw came too fast to stop and struck her. The white lion turned over and roared, roar. Wen Youning was caught off guard by the roar. She huffed lightly, crossing her arms. You hit yourself and still want to roar at me. It's really unreasonable. The white lion slightly opened its mouth and paused, seeming a bit swayed, but realizing something was off and was about to bite her again. Wen Youning was blocked from seeing by the pouncing white lion. She squinted her eyes and reached down to rub the lion's mane, pressing down with difficulty, looking into the white lion's beautiful eyes and asking, Is it a bit too thick? How about I help you trim your mane? The unkempt mane looks messy, relying entirely on the white lion's looks. Moreover, we are not in the wild now and no large male lion battles will occur. A little trimming doesn't hurt, and before release, the mane will definitely grow back. The white lion that was about to bite suddenly pulled back its neck halfway and let out a grr. No. Hahaha, the white lion withdrew a bite. So the lion is afraid of this. I learned it in the wild. When I encounter a lion, I'll charge at it with scissors. That would definitely scare the lion. Whether it scares it or not, you have to go in and see, straight to the stomach. Go inside and rummage around to find the gallbladder. Are you saying you want to go up just because you think Teacher Wen's haircut looks bad? Teacher Wen, this is slander. Li? Is there not even this bit of trust between us? Wen Youning raised her hand to cover her chest in a heartbroken manner. I've even studied animal grooming and styling. The white lion exhaled through its nose, scanning Wen Youning up and down, its light gaze glancing to the side. Wen Youning. What does it mean? What does it mean? Have you learned to scold people with your eyes after not seeing them for a while? Too much. I'm not cutting it all off, I'm just thinning it out. Aren't you hot in the summer? The white lion didn't look at her, and when Youning actively moved to sit down next to the white lion's turned face, it's hard to tell actually. The white lion glanced at its patchy fur that hadn't fully grown yet and was about to turn its head again. Wen Youning was already prepared. She placed her hand under the white lion's head and hugged it, bringing its head onto her lap. All right, if you don't want to get it cut, then we won't. As for your fur, before it grows out, let's just put on a cloak first. Noticing a hint of doubt in the white lion's eyes, Wen Youning explained, It's what I mentioned before that I would make for you. I had already done a little before going out. The cloak doesn't require the high-level sewing skills like making clothes. Wen Youning is not bad at needlework. After all, she often deals with needles for stitching wounds and acupuncture. She has also practiced well. When I was a beginner, I would practice by sewing pork, and sewing meat is essentially similar to sewing fabric. It's just that the thread used is different. Wait for me, I'll go get it. Wen Youning left the live streaming equipment behind and hurried out the door. The white lion shook its fur, stood up, and sniffed the live broadcast equipment. The sudden close-up of the big lion's face filled the entire screen, and the ultra-high resolution captured the expression on the white lion's face clearly. Wow, cool lion. Great, the white lion is truly elegance itself. Wait, don't open your mouth. Crack, crack, crack. The perspective of the prey from the white lion's viewpoint, the live streaming device made a sound of being overwhelmed and breaking. Fortunately, the white lion had no intention of crushing it. It just opened its mouth to hold on, then shook its head, causing the live streaming device to instantly lose balance and fly away into the distance. The white lion jumped onto the artificial rockery, pouncing precisely on the live broadcast equipment with its paws. What? The fallen live broadcast equipment remained motionless. The white lion pawed it, gently nudging, and the live broadcast equipment rolled on the ground for 2 circles. It pounced again. Bullet screen. First person, immersive and unrestricted roller coaster. Put me down, I'm scared of heights. I brought my cat in front of the camera and scared it to first standing up, ha ha ha. You are really something, aren't you? Cat, I am about to have a non-fatal minor illness that will cost between 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. The healed white lion moves effortlessly, flipping in various ways to knock the live streaming equipment away. I'm here. Wen Youning shouted, running in with a cloak wrapped around her. The cloak made for the white lion can definitely be called a cape at this size. The white lion, which was originally standing, heard the sound, lightly swiped its paw, causing the live streaming equipment to roll under its body. It then lay down again, returning to its previous lazy and relaxed appearance. Changed positions again, when Youning walked over and rubbed the white lion's head. Luckily, the indoor mat is big enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to swap the white lions back and forth. Come, take a look at how this cloak looks. Do you like it? Wen Youning stood and shook the cloak open, and the basic shape has emerged. All that's left is to attach the feathers from the birds. The feathers have been uniformly cleaned, and they have long been dried and stored away. The white lion lightly lifted its jaw and let out a low roar. It's okay. Is it just average? Wen Youning turned her cloak to take a look. I think it's okay. I like it. The voice slowed down a beat when Youning opened the cloak and tossed it. Try it on. Clothes need to be worn to see the shape, and capes and cloaks are the same. This cloak is enough to completely cover the white lion, leaving only its head exposed. Wen Youning tugged at the edge and said, "It looks great." The cloak has 2 colors inside and out, and both sides can be worn externally if it is not adorned with feathers. However, adding feathers will enhance the feeling. Wen Youning tried 2 colors and felt that the white side looked better. What do you guys think? Isn't the white side better? Who is it asking who? HMPH, now you remember us. Go look for your pathetic live streaming equipment. I can't see, Teacher Wen. Lift the white lion up, preferably upside down, shake it to save us. It's completely dark here. The rapidly scrolling bullet comments explode on the watch screen. Wen Youning's wrist was almost numb from the vibrations. Worried that she might not notice the bullet comments, many people started sending gifts. Live streaming equipment. Wen Youning grabbed the white lion's ear, which was avoiding her gaze. In the past, the white lion would have turned its head and pounced on her to bite her by now, but this time, its ear was firmly held, and the white lion didn't even make a move to shake its ear. Did you eat it? Wen Youning was a bit incredulous, but with the bullet screen saying so, didn't it mean she should shake the white lion to make it spit it out? Roar. Yes. No, I can't say. The white lion's inner voice had just started, and it forcefully turned away. Then, before her mouth had even closed, when Youning's hand reached in, where is it? White lion. It turned to the side and kicked the live broadcast equipment that it had been pressing down with a paw. Leopard cat, am I born? What do you mean, Teacher Wen? Where are you looking for us? Stretching out a hand to stuff into the mouth, who is actually in there? Roar. The white lion clenched its jaws and bared its teeth menacingly. Wen Youning noticed the bullet screen, easily pulled her hand out and then patted the white lion. After patting the back of the hand, she patted the palm. Is she wiping her hands? Hiss. Look at what you did to my live streaming equipment. Wen Youning picked up the equipment that was in worse condition than rags. The white lion no longer turned its head, eyes closed, unable to see. It's not a lion. Isn't it you? Wen Youning leaned over onto the great white lion, lifting the live streaming equipment, and said, "Maybe it's the live streaming equipment that can't take it anymore. It's about to burst and you still want to open more. The white lion just threw us like a toy ball." The bullet comments are complaining. It's fun and interesting, but you can't miss the usual provocations and black complaints. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, sat up and said, "I've never seen a white lion play with toys before. It's not that I didn't prepare for the white lion, but as a cold, serious and fierce wild white lion, it is simply not interested in those childish things." However, it cannot be ruled out that the white lion is secretly playing. After all the toys she brought before going out mysteriously disappeared. It might also be that they are hidden away. Wen Youning excitedly connected her phone to the monitoring system in the park. With the white lion entering the park, this area she was in could be considered officially opened, and the monitoring had no blind spots. Fast forward to today, when Youning originally wanted to push through and pull the progress bar to the end. However, just before reaching the end, she found herself appearing in the shot, looking like it was when she first arrived in the yard today. Wen Youning paused for a moment, and the footage began to play automatically. She appeared in the corner of the lens, and although the white lion was facing away, its ears reacted. The moment Wen Youning turned around, the lying white lion suddenly got up and ran into the house on all fours. The mat outside was not securely fixed, and in its haste, the white lion clawed at the mat, piling it into a small mound behind it, still pawing in place. The white lion running into the house took a quick bite at the mat and then quickly disappeared from the outdoor lens. Haha, it seems the white lion has potential to learn how to use a treadmill. Wen Youning lay down against the white lion. The air conditioning in the room was a bit cold, so she pulled the cloak on the white lion over herself a little. White lion. Wen Youning rewound the surveillance video and saved the segment where the white lion was playing with the live broadcast equipment. The big lion playing with the ball is worth watching repeatedly. The only downside is that it's not very friendly to the live broadcasting equipment. The latest live streaming equipment is really quite good. It can withstand the bites of tigers and white lions. Wen Youning shook the live streaming device, showing that it didn't fall apart. She advertised for the live streaming platform, saying, "Highly recommended. Buy it to entertain lions and tigers." Is this your promotional line? Damn, I'm not a streamer. Why am I feeling tempted? Aside from Teacher Wen, who else could test the sturdiness like this? Wait, tiger bites, is it yogurt? Why didn't you go live when yogurt was biting? So, the white lion came over to bite because it smelled the presence of the South China tiger on the live streaming equipment. It was a remote fight, but why does it seem like I was the one being hit? Sob, sob. Don't bite my head, I just washed my hair. Wen Youning showcased the live streaming equipment and also didn't overlook the white lion quietly opening its mouth behind. The white lion just lifted its head and lay back down again. Wen Youning fastened the clasp of the cape, opened the sewing box and said, "Come on, let's start sewing the feathers." The cape is already large enough, so the originally intended trailing feathers can be omitted. If they are any longer, they would be cumbersome. Wen Youning compared the feathers against the cape. Without dying, the fallen feathers have a variety of colors on their own. The one in the very middle is the peacock's tail feathers. It resembles a clear vein. Fine short feathers are laid out around the edges. When Wen Youning gets busy, it's easy to become completely immersed. First, use a needle to thread from the end of the feather. Then during the sewing process, wrap it a few times and coil it downwards several times to prevent the white lion from loosening and falling off when it runs. The white lion lay quietly, occasionally looking back, and when it turned its head, its paw accidentally brushed against a bamboo basket filled with feathers. The spilled feathers floated up into the air as the wind blew. The white lion raised its head and the falling feathers brushed against its nose. The white lion squinted, sneezed, and the feathers instantly flew up even more. Roar! The fleeting thoughts of Wen Youning returned. As she raised her hand to pluck the feather stuck to the white lion's nose, I made myself angry. The white lion shook its head, Not angry. Just angry. Teacher Wen, are you there, Teacher Wen? A familiar voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Wen Youning paused as she took out the needle and thread. It seems like I'm going outside for a moment. Don't move around too much, okay? Those feathers aren't very sturdy yet. Roar. Just move. The white lion talks about moving, but it's just empty words. When Wen Youning's voice fell, even its lightly swaying tail stopped moving. She bit through the thread on her hand, rubbed the white lion's head, and said when she got up, "The tail can move." "You've finally come back." The red panda keeper leaned over from the other side of the wall. Seeing Wen Youning come out, his eyes lit up. The expressions of the keeper and the red panda were almost identical. "Ah woo! I'm back." "Teacher Wen," the zookeeper said as he grabbed the little panda, Tuan can't go. There's a white lion living here." The zookeeper said, "Have you forgotten the lesson from last time?" After hearing this, Wen Youning was stunned. Did it fight with the white lion last time? No way. No, the little panda is timid. How could it start a fight? The zookeeper explained with a smile. "It didn't believe you weren't coming back, so I blocked its path to prevent it from turning over. It just kept looking for other places to sneakily turn over." The park was closed yesterday for a major cleaning, and there were fewer zookeepers on duty. I noticed Tuan had already snuck out when I spotted it. It was coming this way. Thinking back to that scene, the zookeeper couldn't help but smile. Then I saw the little panda crouched on the wall, staring at the white lion. While eye contact. For a little panda with such shyness, daring to make eye contact with a white lion is truly impressive. Wen Youning thought that this behavior was indeed very brave for the little panda. That's amazing. Woo! Tuan pushed the caretaker, trying hard to leap into Wen Youning's arms. "Go back, you go back." The zookeeper obviously didn't get what the little panda meant and laughed, saying, "What? It's scared stiff." Ayo, the little panda was furious. "What are you doing?" "Don't say that." "Of course not. Just scaring the big white guy. This is called strategy. You humans wouldn't understand." The red panda was puffed up with anger, looking like its cheeks were about to burst. Wen Youning couldn't help but poke with her fingertip. "Haha, just daring to make eye contact with the white lion is already very impressive." Ow, the red panda's paw rested on her hand. "I want a hug." "I'm not done yet. Can you wait until I finish before I come to pick you up?" The white lion was inside, and Wen Youning was afraid that the red panda's contact with the white lion would scare him. "What? No, I want a hug." The red panda charged forward, trying hard to break free from the keeper's hold. Wen Youning was afraid the keeper couldn't hold on, as the red panda had already poked half its body out. She reached out to grab it and said helplessly, "There's a lion around." "Ah, not afraid." The keeper helplessly patted his body and said, "As soon as Teacher Wen returns, your heart is already flying away." Woo! The red panda waved her paw without looking back, the fluffy black padded paw swaying in front of her. She looked like she was urging her to hurry up and leave, which made the zookeeper both angry and amused. The zookeeper said sternly, "Don't come back tonight." Woo! The red panda's eyes widened. It really can be done. The keeper was silent. How maddening. This is a punishment that strikes at your heart. The keeper's leg, which was propped up on the wall, was pulled back. Seeing this, he simply stepped forward and said, "Forget it, you are coming back with me now." The red panda watched as the keeper approached to grab him and hurriedly clutched the collar of Wen Youning's shirt. "Ow, the red panda urged in a very small voice. Hurry up, hurry up. We're going to get caught soon." Wen Youning gently patted the red panda's back. "You go ahead and be busy. I'll bring it to the living room later." "All right," the zookeeper replied. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he pulled his leg back. "Then I'll leave it to you, Teacher Wen." Wen Youning walked inside while holding the little panda. The little panda sniffed her. The scent of the animals mixed with a faint smell from the caretaker. Whoa! It's the smell of the disinfection room. Wen Youning had to go disinfect herself before coming back. Perhaps the time interval was too short. The smell left by the disinfection room hadn't dissipated yet. Wen Youning rubbed the little panda's back of the head and walked into the room, while the white lion's paw stepped on the swaying feather. "Look, new friends." Wen Youning walked over holding the little panda. "You should have met before." The white lion had already sensed the little panda's scent earlier. It did not have much of a reaction. On the contrary, the red panda, which had been so arrogant a moment ago, is now so timid. It obediently lay in Wen Yaosheng's arms, not daring to lift its head at all. If it weren't for Wen Yaosheng coming in too quickly, it wouldn't have been able to lift its drooping tail in time and would have to hide its tail in Wen Yaosheng's arms now. Wen Yaosheng was rubbing its back and smoothing its fur, clearly feeling the little furball's stiffness under her palm. Okay, then shall I take you out first?" "Woo," the red panda reacted, wrapping its arms around her neck and refusing to leave. It just wanted to stay by her side. Wen Youning had no choice but to sit down holding it like this. "Then don't move around. Wait for me to finish sewing the cloak before I take you out." "Ah," the red panda sat on her lap, looking at the strange cloak and reaching out its paws to rub it. "Wow. Fun." The red panda's paws have little strength. It also doesn't dare to exert itself. The pads of its paws brush against the soft feathers, which feels very interesting to it. Playing happily, it looks up and locks eyes with the white lion that has turned to look back. Suddenly, the red panda seemed to be paralyzed, as if it had been hit by a pressure point, forgetting even to raise its paws to scare off the enemy. However, the white lion only glanced at it and did not intend to attack. The red panda froze for a while and gradually came to its senses, carefully shrinking back into the warmth of Yuzu Ning's embrace, and then secretly stretching out its paw to play with the feathers. "What a careful little cub, haha." The white lion looks fierce, but I feel like he has a really good temperament. Don't forget that the white lion initially came without a rescue station or zoo willing to take him in. Those were glorious achievements. The red panda keeps making small moves, but no big ones unless the white lion suddenly moves, which could startle the red panda. However, as the frequency of scaring increased, the fluffing up of the little panda noticeably eased. Done. Wen Youning finally cut the thread in her hand, and the pure natural feather cloak was perfectly draped over the white lion. When the time comes, tie the rope at the collar, and it won't fall off no matter how you run. The only downside is that the back of the cloak cannot be tied, which affects its appearance and walking. "Come on, let me take a look around." Wen Youning tossed all the needle and thread clutter into the sewing box, shaking off the edges of the cloak. When the white lion stands up, help it to spread out its tail, making sure that the tail is revealed just right behind, while the cloak on both sides hangs down, firmly covering the belly, including the uneven fur inside, which is completely covered. The white lion's feelings are unknown, but Wen Youning was very satisfied with this cloak, saying, "It's really nice. If you don't lift it up to take a look, who would know that the fur inside looks bad?" Roar! The white lion turned its head and roared at her. "So you thought it didn't look good too? Exposed, right? Let it slip." As expected, those words I said earlier were just to tease the white lion. "Haha, just joking. You look very handsome, really very handsome." Wen Youning held the little panda's head and stroked the white lion's fur. "You're the most handsome lion in our park." The bullet screen silently adds, "It's also the only one in the park." The white lion has heard many compliments from Wen Youning. It stood up and shook its fur. For wild animals, having such a strange and inexplicable thing on their bodies feels very strange and hard to adapt to. But it walked around the rockery in circles, and it seemed to walk quite well. The raw materials for the feathers and cloak are light and almost weightless. It is made of a material that is not very heavy when draped over a person, which does not affect the white lion at all. However, this type of cloak is definitely something that is worn daily. Wearing it while going out for hunting would still be a hindrance, as it makes the target too conspicuous. In the habitat of the white lion, its originally very noticeable white color, combined with this cloak, ensures that there are legends of white lions in the wilderness for hundreds of miles around. Not bad. Wen Youning smiled as she watched the white lion walk around in circles, and its speed increased until it started running. Woo-woo. Not bad. I like it. Not bad. Wen Youning heard the white lion's thoughts and teasingly said, "Then how about you give this to me, and I'll prepare something else for you later." After saying that, she took the opportunity to reach out and grab it when the white lion ran to her side. Roar! The white lion turned around, swinging its cloak to avoid her hand. "Haha, don't want me to take it away." Wen Youning lightly raised her chin. "Then you have to say you like it or I'll still sneak away with it." Woo-woo. Wen Youning raised her hand to her ear and asked, "Do you like it or not?" "Oh, I like it." "That's good." Wen Youning's smile deepened as she kissed the big lion. The little panda, sitting with its back to the warm Youning, saw the white lion approaching and blinked nervously. The lion's fur brushed past its head, and the little panda squinted. When it opened its eyes again, the white lion had already run far away. "Kyan Newell, Teacher Wen, do you have time right now? Can you come to my place? I'm in big trouble, sob." Contentrich bullet comments can be easily captured among a bunch of short comments. "Now, where are you?" Wen Youning took out her phone to check the location, fumbled in her pocket, and realized that she had left her phone, which was downloading a video, on the table when she got up to fetch the little panda. She got up to pick up her phone, and a message from Kyan Newell popped up on the screen. It should be that the chat app couldn't contact her, so Kyan Newell sent a barrage in the live broadcast room. "Kyan Newell, I am in the staff dormitory at the bird park." "Okay, I'll go over now." Wen Youning put away her phone and blocked the circling white lion. "I'm going out for a bit. If you feel hot wearing the cloak, just play indoors. Wait for me to come back to help you take it off, or should I help you take it off first before I leave?" Roar! "Come back." The white lion received a new gift just when it liked it. Even if it felt hot, it wouldn't let her take it off. /K// Wen Youning was holding the little panda with one hand. Anyway, she was already in the park and she could watch the surveillance at home anytime. If the white lion wanted to take off the cloak and called out towards the camera, she could promptly return to help it take it off. Easy peasy. Wen Youning, let's go. The red panda turned around, lay on Wen Youning's shoulder, and mimicked her by waving its paw at the white lion. "Ow! Go! Aw, so cute." It's really polite to say goodbye to the white lion while trembling in fear. What a well-behaved cub. The animals in the yard are all free-range. Only the white lion has its own separate area, as it is an animal with territorial awareness. Having its own area is beneficial for the white lion's physical and mental health. The little tabby cat squeezed at the door, and when it saw Wen Youning coming out, it stretched lazily and jumped up a few steps. With quick and agile movements, it casually tapped the little panda in Wen Youning's arms as it passed by. The little panda looked up in confusion, one paw resting on its head. Ow. Boss. Boss. The little tabby sat gracefully on Wen Youning's shoulder, modestly lifting her chin to greet her little brother. "You two are really something." Wen Youning was almost dying of laughter at these two fluffy ones. With so many animals at home, only the little panda truly recognized the little tabby as the boss. Meow Tilda, the little tabby, was very pleased with its little brother. Wen Youning entered through the back door and Lin Baiyu was washing the dishes. "You're back. There's food on the table. Eat before you go to Cayenne News." "How did you know?" Wen Youning didn't finish her sentence but noticed the phone on the table, with the screen showing her live streaming room. Lin Baiyu asked, "Where's the feeding bowl for the white lion?" "It's left inside. I'll go get it after the white lion finishes eating." Wen Youning put the little panda on the sofa and let the little tabby cat take care of it. "Have you eaten?" Lin Baiyu nodded, untied the apron from around his body. "I've eaten. I've fed those little animals and now it's time for me to leave. I'll come back tomorrow at the same time." Wen Youning thought that since she was back, the trivial matter of feeding could be avoided, but as soon as she spoke, "Mr. Lin, you've given a month's salary, the money is all in, and it doesn't seem right to just run away after a few days of work." Lin Baiyu shook his phone and said, "I'm leaving. Yan Lang, I'm really leaving." Yan Lang, who was looking down and eating, didn't even glance at him, seemingly unaffected by Lin Baiyu, and ate a couple more bites. The sound of the engine started, and only then did Yan Lang lick his lips, raising his head absent-mindedly, not knowing what he was thinking. Wen Youning knelt down with one knee, her arm resting on Yan Lang's back, scratching him. "Do you not want Mr. Lin to leave?" Wu, the rock wolf, lowered its head to eat. "I don't know." Wen Youning's elbow slipped. "How can you not know?" "You too," Wen Youning smiled with her crescent eyes, "wouldn't chase me away even if you know me. Your wounds are not healed yet." The rock wolf raised its head and rubbed against her palm. Wen Youning also rubbed him a couple of times. "All right, you eat your meal, I won't bother you anymore." She covered the dishes on the table, having eaten airline food. She wasn't very hungry yet and still planned to go to Cayenne Newell first. Wen Youning opened a pack of pet biscuits. While walking out, she added small treats to their bowls. When she reached the door, she happened to have emptied a box with only one piece left. "Zio Hung." Chirp, the red falcon that flew over made a turn halfway and didn't eat any more. "Roll, roll, 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 so roll, roll, come quickly." Wen Youning smiled and chased the bird. "Here, this piece is yours." Little Red is also very cute. Roll doesn't like the name Little Red. It's obvious that he doesn't like it, haha. "Tsundir, if you don't call him by the name he likes, the hawk won't eat. He has pride." Warm Grapefruit pulls hair and comforts, raising a hand to feed it. The red falcon took it away by itself, flapping its wings and flying off, finding a place to peck slowly by itself. Although the Warm Grapefruit has not been at home during this period. But the employee's car is always fully charged. Can go out at any time. In the middle of the day, walking on the road feels scorching. Wen Youning drove from the yard all the way to the bird park, and there was not a single person outside. However, inside the bird park, even before entering, you can see a crowd of people in the glass house. It's already reached a level of overcrowding. Wen Youning had been to the staff dormitory of the bird park once before, and she drove right in. The door was not closed, so Wen Youning did not go in directly but rang the doorbell at the entrance. Cayenne Newell. "Hey," a crisp voice came from the living room. "Coming, Teacher Wen." She ran out, her face full of surprise. Seeing a real person is really different from watching them on the live stream. "Come in and sit down." Cayenne Newell turned to let Wen Youning inside. "Huahua keeps running around, I'm just applying medicine to it." The door specially left open for Wen Youning. She didn't even close it while the air conditioning was on inside. What happened to Huahua? As soon as Wen Youning entered, the little orange cat came over to greet her. The orange cat breed is quite amazing. When I was young, I was thin and scrawny. When I grew up, I became completely renewed. 9 out of 10 orange cats are fat, and the last one is just resting on the bed. The colorful flower has taken shape. It's been a few days since we last met, and the little orange cat has become chubby. The soft feeling of the kitten's meat is incredibly good and oh so cute. Meow. The little orange cat clearly remembers the scent of Wen Youning. I miss you so much after such a long time apart. For a moment, I didn't even care about the scent of other animals and rubbed against it, replacing everything with meows. The paw pads are swollen. Teacher Wen, you can sit first and I'll explain in detail. Kyan Newell closed the door and saw that Wen Youning had already picked up the little orange cat, so she stepped forward to hold the cat's paw. Teacher Wen, look, the pink paw pads have turned bright red. Was it related to that time it fell off the table and hit its teeth? Wen Youning pointed with her claws with no signs of swelling. Have you taken it to the hospital in the courtyard for examination? Kyan Newell shrugged. They checked several items and I'm healthier than I am. Everyone in the courtyard is familiar, and the zoo's animal hospital won't have the same risks of deception as those outside. Therefore, it's quite strange that such an obvious problem cannot be identified through examination. If it turned red in winter, it could be said that the underfloor heating is too hot, burning the little cat's paws. Now it's the height of summer. Kyan Newell rested her chin on her hand. It can't be that the sun is too big and causing the burns, right? Then her cat Hua doesn't lie in the sun all day with its paws up, right? Is it skin ringworm disease? Yes, I wanted to mention this disease too. It can appear on the body, the spots may turn red, and the paws can also become weak and deformed. It shouldn't be. To put it bluntly, any illness that can be named is something the hospital can check for. It's not a dermatophyte infection. Wen Youning rubbed the kitten's paw with her gloved fingertip and asked, "Does it hurt?" Meow. Not painful. Kyan Newell looked at the little orange cat's relaxed demeanor with some worry and said, "Don't rub against me. Answer Teacher Wen's question properly. If the cause of the illness can't be found, you'll have to be taken away and hospitalized. If it's an infectious disease, your sister won't be able to accompany you and can only let Teacher Wen take care of you." Whoa, the little orange cat was stunned. Meow, it called out again, this time much louder than before. It hurts so much. Meow, I can't take it anymore. I'm feeling so uncomfortable. I think I've caught a contagious disease. I want my sister to leave. Wen Youning, who was focused on listening to the little orange cat's inner voice. The sudden twist almost made her thoughts unable to keep up. Meow, the little orange cat tilted its head and stuck out its tongue. Looks quite seriously ill. Kyan Newell suddenly panicked, raising her hands several times wanting to support her head, but didn't know what to do when she reached out. Anxious and at a loss. Kyan Newell, why did you suddenly get so sick? If you hadn't said that earlier, it wouldn't have gotten so serious. Wen Youning turned the little orange cat's head around. Kyan Newell, who had been hanging out in Wen Youning's live stream, almost instantly realized what was going on. In an instant, the speechless ellipsis almost hovered on her forehead. Wen Youning watched as the little orange cat tilted its head again and said, "With your head tilting this way, it doesn't look like you're very sick." The little orange cat, which nearly tilted its head down, abruptly stopped and then made an effort to tilt it in the other direction. Then this side is serious. It's not serious here either. When Youning rubbed the little cat's paw, I don't see any injuries. Has it stepped on something that's stained? Do we have red bed sheets or duvet covers that might have faded? Meow. I'm hurt, meow. Very serious, very serious. The little orange cat acts really well, haha. Knowing that I would be taken away by Teacher Wen if I got sick, I just couldn't help but act out right where I stood. Baby, you are a soft and obedient little one. Little Ju is already unable to hold back the desire to go with Teacher Wen. I'd like to dedicate a song to Kyan Newell. There is a kind of love called letting go, for love to give up eternity. Go, stop disrupting the bullet comments. Kyan Newell blocked the bullet comments, disrupting my state of mind. Kai Newell took a half step back, spreading both hands. Teacher Wen, look at my house. There isn't a bit of red indoors, and the only red outdoors is the couplet we put up last year's New Year, and it's faded to almost pink. How could there be anything red enough to dye a cat's paws? Wen Youning tapped the little orange cat's nose. You tell me, did you step on something? Meow. The little orange cat lifted its paw and hugged Wen Youning's finger. Meow is sick. The tone is unusually firm. Meow didn't step on it. Meow stepped on Sister. Sister painted Meow. Meow stepped back. Apply it to you. Use red, paint or something. Wen Youning was translating the thoughts of the little orange cat, but her gaze was directed at Kai Newell. A person who loves small animals would not make such a low-level mistake. Seeing Kai Newell's bewildered expression, it's highly probable that the little orange cat secretly did something. I didn't do anything. Kai Newell had wronged on the left cheek and unfair on the right cheek. I didn't even buy any paint. Wen Youning said, it might not necessarily be paint. Think carefully again. What red thing have you accidentally gotten on the small orange cat? Kai Newell racked his brain, almost getting dizzy from thinking so hard. She is busy all day and can only rest in the dormitory during her free time at night. However, after returning at night, there are still many tasks. In addition to the matters concerning the bird park, she also has to take care of organizing the approval documents for animal food purchases and reimbursement details. Wait a minute. After all, being somewhat related to the principal, one person does the work of 800, and the remaining money for hiring people is all spent on animal feed. Hiss, Kai Newell gasped, seal ink. She clapped her hands and confirmed, it's seal ink. I was too busy to leave recently, so I took a lot of documents home to stamp, and the seal ink is red. Kai Newell finally remembered what it was, and the tension in his mind loosened for a moment. After covering it, I found that my hands were stained with color, and when I went to grab a tissue to wipe my hands, it had somehow burrowed into my tissue box. I reached out and scratched it once, and perhaps that was when the color got on me. Kai Newell realized after speaking, you crawled into my tissue box, scratched me, and then said I smeared you with printing ink. No way who could respond to that. In the eyes of the kitten, intentionally committing a crime is a great malice. In the eyes of humans, they don't even know what happened. Meow, the little orange cat is feisty and strong. Kai Newell found a blind spot. That's not right, Teacher Wen. The ink is quick drying, but this kind of thing will definitely leave paw prints when it gets on a kitten's paws. I didn't see anything. Meow. That means the cat didn't do it. The cat hops along, the cat is quick. Wen Youning said it hops along. Meow, the little orange cat pawed at Wen Youning. Which side are you on? Kai Newell closed his eyes. Was it the time I chipped my tooth? So you hurt yourself like that to get at me. Got it, all of it matches. The chance of a cat killing a human is not high, but it is definitely not zero. What a brave and clever little orange cat. Yeah. Backslash, the ink should be stuck to the clothes you were wearing that day, backslash. Wen Youning guessed that when the little cat fell, the blood might have gotten on the clothes, and with the red overlapping, it would be hard to notice. Plus, Kai Newell was flustered at the time when taking the little cat to the hospital and didn't pay attention to anything else. Kai Newell nodded in agreement, bad cat. Meow, the little orange cat raised its paw to hook her. Meow is a justified counterattack. It's not sick, don't worry, but there's nothing that can be done about the teeth. Wen Youning, no matter how capable, couldn't make the kitten grow a new set of teeth. Look at you, getting yourself into this state. Kai Newell didn't know what to say anymore. I even hurriedly called Teacher Wen over. Meow, the little orange cat squinted its eyes as its head was poked. Wen Youning handed the little orange cat back to Kai Newell. All right, pay attention to whether the other teeth are loose and don't feed it cat food for now. Give it some soft food. The cat food I've been feeding these past few days is made following what I learned from your live stream, and it works very well. Wen Youning followed the little orange cat's waving paws. All right. Wen Youning sat on the sofa, the little orange cat's paw hooked onto her hem. Meow. Not good, meow. You ruined Teacher Wen's clothes, so you need to compensate for them. The little orange cat's paw moved slightly, eagerly waiting for Wen Youning to continue. Wen Youning shifted the topic. I'll just give my compensation to Teacher Wen, you stay at home. The little orange cat lowered its head in disappointment. Meow. The red dot caused the little orange cat to lift its head back up again. No cat can withstand the flickering red dots. The little orange cat's paw stepped on Wen Youning's leg, stretching hard, raising its paw in an attempt to hook down the flying live broadcast equipment. The live streaming device is not very stable, floating around, but the little orange cat still can't quite reach it for a while. Wen Youning held the little cat's paw and connected to the emergency call. Hello, Coconut Bun. Hello, Teacher Wen. The girl shyly pushed up her glasses. The camera zoomed out, revealing a family of 3. This is my dad, this is my mom. This is our dumb dog who has a problem. Dad Coconut Bun also greeted Wen Youning. Hello, streamer. You're reading animal voices, right? That's really great. Mom also nodded and praised, saying, the little girl has some abilities and can do well in society. No more chit-chat. Let's get to the point. The coconut-filling bun patted Alaska and said, my dog isn't sick, but he has encountered a problem worse than being sick. Woof, 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 Alaska panted with his tongue out. Woof didn't encounter any problems, goodbye. People are strange and don't keep their promises, hum. The dog wants to eat something delicious. Pretty polite, actually. Wen Youning asked what's wrong with it. I just want to eat something delicious. It shouldn't be a big problem. To avoid sounding too abrupt, Teacher Wen didn't understand and first explained the background. My home is in the countryside, and every household in the village raises dogs. When the courtyard door opens, they just run around and play. The villagers know each other and also know the dogs. Then, the coconut filling sighed heavily and said, last time, we joked about how sensitive a dog's nose is. If something goes missing, you can let it sniff it to find it. So I let it sniff some money. Speaking of this, I urgently folded my armor. What I meant was actually just to play with it. Who would really expect a puppy to bring back money? The coconut bun said, I told it at the time. You go find this and come back and I'll buy you something good to eat. As a result, the next day it brought back 100 yuan, neatly folded, a $100 bill. The coconut bun didn't dare to spend the money that came from who knows where. Later it brought back several more times, some with a bit of dirt scattered. There were 10 and 50, and some were even the latest version of the money. The more I looked, the more anxious I became. Those who don't know would think the Alaskan went to rob a bank while they were sleeping. Right, Daddy Coconut Floss replied. Connecting the call is to ask if we can find out where this money came from through this dog and whether it is illegal or not. The dog stole the money. What does my daughter count as? Is it inciting crime? After all, it was the daughter who sent the dog to find the money. Who would have thought that this dog was so capable and really brought money back? Now it's good, let them be the ones in a panic. The coconut-flavored bun's mother said, don't talk nonsense. This amount of money doesn't constitute a crime. It's only a bit over 200 yuan. That's not even enough for gas for the police to respond in town. The Alaskan husky howled twice, woof. No, the dog didn't steal. Hearing itself being slandered, the Alaskan husky proved itself. Wang was dug out from the ground. Wang hasn't even left the house. He was dug out from the land at home, so he belongs to the house. What's at home also belongs to Wang. The money at home. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow and made a judgment. It's about privacy, not really appropriate to say in the live stream. I'll message you privately. It's nothing, girl, let's talk openly. Whatever is going on, let it be known. As long as it's money that was stolen from others, I will definitely return it in full. Dad of the coconut fiber bag waved his big hand, speaking with great vigor. Rest assured, since we dared to go live, it shows we are clear in our hearts. Just feel free to speak. We won't hold back. Wen Youning asked again, does it involve privacy and should I speak directly? No need to hide anything. Just say what needs to be said. Dad Coconut Bun nodded and raised his finger inward. Speak directly. In that case, I'll speak plainly. Wen Youning thought for a moment and first stated the conclusion. It hasn't violated the law, and the source of the money is also legal. After hearing this, Coconut Bun let out a sudden sigh of relief, feeling the tension leave his heart. As long as it's not illegal, that's a relief. God knows she was chasing the dog with all that money trying to return it, but it just wouldn't go. She went out calling and asking who had lost money, but no one responded. There are no cameras around here, only one at the street corner. It's hard to find the person who lost money, but isn't it easier to track down a dog that stole money with just a little bit of evidence? The coconut sugar bun is really afraid that one day he will wake up and the police will come to arrest him. Even though his father keeps telling him it's fine, and checking online also says it's fine, he feels anxious, as if he has obtained some ill-gotten gains. He even planned to turn himself in, but it was still his parents who advised him to come to the live broadcast room to ask questions first. Fortunately, oh thank goodness. You are safe, but Wen Youning's smile was tinged with irony. She pressed her lips together, forcing down her expression, and pretended to be calm as she said, your father should have been devastated. Coconut Sugar Bun's father. What does it have to do with me? It's not like I urged the dog to go out and bring back money. Why is this even my business? The expression on Dad's face when he saw the coconut shredded bun was very innocent. Just after 5 seconds of silence in the live stream, Coconut Bun Dad suddenly jumped up. Mine. The girl and Coconut Bun Mom exchanged a glance, both seeing doubt in each other's eyes. Woof woof, the Alaskan was bouncing after Coconut Bun Dad. You found me, woof. My private stash, how did you find it hidden in the cracks? Just now the Coconut Bun Dad was still calm, but suddenly became furious. I worked hard to save 1,000 yuan, and now there's less than 700 left. Coconut Bun Mom, Now it's all gone, dead dog. Coconut Bun Dad gritted his teeth. You might as well break the law. Call the police to catch this dog. Woof woof, the Alaskan was happily bouncing on its front paws while its ears kept twitching. Buy delicious food with money. Mom and Dad bought it. Coconut Bun made Dad speechless. Do you still know to move the bricks back after you're done digging? Woof woof. As long as I am not discovered, I can keep it. Hee hee. Wow, you are really amazing. Daddy Coconut Bun only heard the dog barking woof woof, directly pressed the dog's head, and thinking of his long-saved assets being taken away, his heart sank, and his gaze became dazed. I said I wouldn't raise it, but you insisted on raising it, so I will raise it. Woo-woo. This is great. The dog bought with my secret stash of money came back to take my secret stash of money. The puppy accidentally found the money buried deep in the ground, and after great efforts, dug it out and brought it to the family. Truly moving. Of course, even Daddy Coconut Bun was moved to tears. Ha ha ha, was that plot reasonable? You all are moved while the house has been stolen. Initially the Coconut Floss Daddy, upright and generous. Now the Coconut Floss Daddy, weak and helpless, being robbed. Coconut Floss Mommy shook the remaining money in the pit. Just a few $100, is it worth it? Coca-Cola, is there anywhere else that has this? Woof, the Alaskan was happily sticking out its tongue. Come with Wang. Wang knows a lot too. Wang knows everything. The intention of the Alaskan guide is obvious. There is no need for Wen Youning to translate. and Mama Coconut Flake stands up without hesitation. Hey, Dad Coconut Bun hurriedly got up and knocked over the phone that was live streaming. The screen went black at the moment of the live connection. What, Paw Patrol to the rescue. Dad Coconut Bun is rummaging through drawers looking for the Paw Patrol reporting phone, ha. I said that hiding private money in one place, once discovered, will lead to everything being exposed. The risk is very high. It turns out that the saying, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows is correct. I just didn't guard against the dog. This is indeed a real dog. Ha, if you're going to hide private money, you should at least have a dog. Otherwise, it'll all be dug out. Cayenne laughed uncontrollably beside them. The little orange cat squinted and shrank its neck back, trying to stay as far away from the live streaming equipment as possible. There is the breath of the white lion up there. The white lion plays with the live streaming equipment like a toy, so the scent is naturally very strong. Even after being disinfected, it cannot be completely removed. Just now, when it was far away, the little orange cat couldn't sense it, but now that it's close, the fur on the little cat is bristling. The small orange cat's size is even smaller than the paw of a white lion. Even though it can't see the white lion, just its presence makes the little cat feel terrified. Wen Youning put the live streaming equipment back, rubbing the small orange cat, smoothing down the fur that had been fluffed up. Meow. So scary. Let's go home. Isn't this your home? Wen Youning smiled as she held the little orange cat's paw, taking the kitten down before it could hook onto her clothes. I came to give you a checkup. Meow. The little orange cat raised its front paw to hold Wen Youning's fingertip, rubbing against her affectionately. Flattery, Cayenne snorted, unable to look, really unable to look. But you still don't dare to say, if you don't want to stay at home, just go back with Teacher Wen. Because it really will walk. All right, look at your worthless appearance. Cayenne grabbed the kitten with one hand, rubbing its head randomly in her palm, without any technique or concerns, and without any clockwise or counterclockwise up and down, left and right, slanted up or down. The little orange cat being rubbed is dizzy. Wen Youning tied her hair up and said, I'll go to the disinfection room first. Are the warty-nosed swan and the little swan together? Yes, they are together. I'll go with you, Cayenne said as she got up and opened a can to attract the little orange cat's attention. They don't allow people in over there yet. You need to swipe an employee card to get in. Some people cannot enter due to insufficient level or if their information isn't registered. After all, the little swan has just hatched, and when it was still in the egg, it encountered some issues, which means it spent a few days without strict temperature control during incubation. Although it successfully hatched later, it still needs to be cautious. Therefore, the little swan will not be exhibited to the public during its entire childhood. Most of the visitors coming to the bird park are crowded in the glass display house outside. Although the price is a bit high and disinfection requires an extra fee, it is still very enjoyable to sit in the air conditioning and play with various birds. Come on, Teacher Wen, let's go to the new disinfection room. There are fewer people over there so we can avoid waiting in line. Cayenne said as he put on his work outfit. There are too many tourists in the indoor area now, so the outdoor disinfection rooms are now prioritized for tourists. Wen Youning, okay. Viewing of the warty-nosed swans is prohibited. It is possible that they are also afraid that the voices of tourists will disturb the cygnet-harboring swans, so there are already prohibitions on entering at a distance from the small garden of the swans. Swans protecting their young can be very aggressive. There have been previous incidents of swans injuring people, and the park wants to avoid such occurrences, isolating the area where the swans currently reside to protect both the swans and the visitors from harm. Coming out of the disinfection room, Wen Youning said while walking on the cobblestone path, "It's quite quiet over here." That's right. The glass in the aviary is transparent with a very low presence, but in reality, the soundproofing effect is superb. Whether it's the voices of the visitors or the sounds made by the birds inside, most of it can be blocked out. Diane, Nyan. Teacher Wen is here to see you all. Since the last time when the egg of the knob-nosed swan was found, she has taken care of them without handing over to other keepers. There used to be other keepers who occasionally substituted for Kyan Newell, but now it's completely up to Kyan Newell. Even if taking leave, I will first arrange the next meal for the knob-nosed swan, and then return to the resting room. Taking leave feels more like dealing with other trivial matters in the park. The sound of a drop passed by. The gate of the small garden opened. As soon as the door opened, the swan with warty nose spread its wings and seemed ready to fly over. Kyan Newell. What the hell? Even though she is now familiar with the warty swan, her heart still skipped a beat when meeting it face to face. Chirp, Diane directly pounced towards Wen Youning. With its wings fully spread, it couldn't find a place to land for a moment, so it simply lowered its height and landed by Wen Youning's feet, shaking its wings. You are here. Yes, I'm here. Wen Youning led the two knob-nosed swans in. How have you been recently? Wen Youning came with a medical kit, intending to do a simple health check for the knob-nosed swans and the goslings. The zoo keeps records during the time from the swan hatching to birth, and all the precision instruments have been checked. Wen Youning's additional check is just an extra layer of protection for the goslings. Many diseases are early detection and early treatment. The warty-nosed swan tilted its head and rubbed against Wen Youning's elbow, keeping pace with Wen Youning as they entered together, walking without affecting its closeness to Wen Youning. The little swans formed a chain on the way from the pond to the artificial hill. So cute, A pile of them, soft and fluffy. They even line up, more organized than the performances I did in kindergarten. Seeing them like this now, I just want to say how nice. Fluffy like a bunch of yarn balls. Seeing Wen Youning looking over, one by one hurriedly turned their heads to run towards the pool. Goslings can go into the water 4 to 5 days after hatching, but there are many precautions. The goslings have been hatched for a while now, and under the care and teaching of their parent cygnets, they have clearly mastered the technique of floating on water. It's just a lagging little swan is stuck in a crack between the rocks, with its wings lying on either side, looking like it is struggling and trying to rescue itself. Kyan Newell looked at the little swan shaking its head and bobbing around, laughing as she said, "Hey, which little chubby swan got stuck?" Cheep. The little swan's call was even more delicate, with a noticeably youthful and crisp tail tone, sounding more like a brief gasp that vanished in an instant, quite different from its parents' calls. Wen Youning held one warty-necked swan in each arm, and even as a parent, she still liked to cuddle the two big plushy ones. The warty-necked swan's wings were folded up, making it not difficult to hold it all. The premise is that the knob-nosed swan is willing to let you hold it. Otherwise, when it struggles, a flap of its wings could spill your drink. The two little swans that ran back to the pond saw their brother outside and immediately turned around to run back. This direction just happens to be where Wen Youning and Kyan Newell are coming from. The camera perfectly captured the little swan's determined gaze. Wow! Does anyone know how many of these little swans are male and how many are female? A bit handsome. As long as the brothers and sisters work together, it won't be a problem. The little swan rushed to its companion amidst the cheers in the comments, and just when everyone thought they would use their beaks or wings, any available help to pull their companion out, the little swan surrounded the stuck one that was chirping. Stug. It fell in, haha. Ha. The little swan's beak is slightly open, and under its tender call, it raises its head and squints its eyes, clearly smiling. It's still mocking. What was I actually burning just now? Ha ha ha, laughing so hard I'm leaning back. How about that? Quickly, let's stuff the two of them in as well. Cheap. The little swan that got stuck wasn't idle either, not in a hurry to come out, and started pecking at its two brothers. Taking advantage of their happy laughter, each took a bite first. The swan that was pecked spread its wings but unfortunately couldn't fly yet. The outstretched wings had no intimidating effect on the equally small siblings in the same nest. It was purely the peck that scared them. Chew! The three cubs immediately got into a scuffle. Wen Youning stroked her chin and asked, who taught the cubs to flap their wings? Is this really the correct way to teach the fighting of the knob-nosed swan? Which family has a good swan that flaps its wings at people's mouths? Wen Yu stroked his nose. I suspect that it was a situation seen before among tourists, where the parents of the mute swans learned it themselves, and then it has been passed down. The keeper obviously can't slap their colleagues during work hours. Not to mention that colleagues would disagree. The park also does not allow it. However, suggesting behavior guidelines for tourists, such as not spitting everywhere or feeding indiscriminately, is acceptable, but prohibiting tourists from slapping their companions is rather ridiculous. Therefore, the smart and highly capable learning swan easily mastered the correct way to use it. Wen Yu also didn't know how to correct it, nor did she know if the swan understood what she was saying. Usually, there was no response at all. Otherwise, how do you think it attacked tourists when the egg was lost before? Wen Yu recalled the scene at that time, as if it were still vivid in her mind. After attacking tourists, it attacked the caretaker. It doesn't hurt. But can you handle being slapped by a swan with warts? Wen Youning put down the swan with warts and went to pick up the smaller one. Ceasefire, ceasefire, Wen Youning said while walking over. Can we have a temporary truce? I'll help you get your companions out first. The little swan is still very wary of strangers. Seeing Wen Youning come over, one of them took 3 pecks and then twisted its butt, running away without looking back. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It's a person. Help, Mom, Dad, help. The other one was so scared that it stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Wen Youning. At first glance, it seemed quite courageous. Upon closer inspection, its paws were trembling and creating a double image. The little swan that ran far away suddenly braked sharply, recklessly and resolutely rushing back. Its claws slipped on the water and gravel road, and it tripped over a protruding stone. It rolled directly in place, knocking the brother, who was frozen in fear, flying out. For a moment, even the little swan who came back to rescue its companion fell silent. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little swan stuck in the crack of the stone let out a series of mocking calls. No way, ha ha ha. No one told me that the little swan's daily life is so exciting. What am I supposed to watch after the Spring Festival Gala? 3 little swans put on a show. Cute little ones don't fight. If you want to peck, come and peck me instead. Woo-woo, I really like these little fur balls that can be picked up with one hand. Wen Youning reached out, taking the little swan that was stuck in the crevice of the rock out first, easily without encountering any resistance. Compared to human strength, the little swan itself is very light. The little swan, who was laughing nonstop, suddenly gasped when Wen Youning held it in her palm. The little swan with eyes the size of black beans tried hard to open them wide, too scared to even breathe, took a deep breath. What's that smell? Its small eyes are filled with great confusion. A fragrant person. How strange. Want to bump in? The little swan is too young, and its small head thinks slowly. Before it could figure out what was going on, it had already been let down by someone. Wen Youning squatted down and nudged the stiff little swan. Your companion is waiting for you. Cheap. The little swan couldn't make sense of it, so it simply chose not to think and happily went to chase after the 2 swans in front. Then it joined the battle and fought alongside them. Did Wen Youning raise an eyebrow? Is the warty-nosed swan such a belligerent species? Hiss. The encyclopedia doesn't seem to say that. Flawed. The encyclopedia is flawed. Dots didn't know when they walked to Wen Youning's side, glanced at the little swan and then looked away, grabbing Wen Youning's clothes to pull her. Wen Youning followed the force from Dots. What's wrong? Kiss. Sit down. Standing tired. Nyan also came over and walked with Diane, pulling Wen Youning along. Kyan Yu followed behind, holding an iPad in her hand, with the health check form displayed on the screen, ready to help Wen Youning record. Wen Youning was pulled to the usual spot she sat at when she came here before by the warty-nosed swan. As soon as she sat down, 2 swan geese came over to her. Wen Youning leaned back and raised her eyes to see the surveillance camera installed on the rockery. Kyan Yu said, "That surveillance camera works really well. The previous ones I installed all broke one after another, and I even managed to find and peck out the pinhole camera." Pinhole cameras are very small objects for humans, making them hard to find, but for swan geese, it's easy to spot them. It is actually easier to injure the beak of the swan when pecking. The ones you installed when the park was cleaned last time and the cleaning staff were working up there. The swan was inside the room bumping against the wall trying to get out. Kyan Yu was inside the room comforting the swan, thinking that the cleaning staff could finish quickly. Unfortunately, the swan's resistance was too obvious, so they could only give up. The previous surveillance was not allowed to be installed, and when Wen Youning installed the surveillance, the swan's attitude was not to be touched. Wen Youning smiled and hugged Diane. "I'll come to wipe it later." There's no need to keep wiping things like surveillance. No need, you just play with the 2 of them. I'll go up and wipe it quickly. Kyan Yu took some materials on the spot, tore off a bit of gauze, poured water on it and got busy. Nyan's head rested on Wen Youning's leg, tilting to watch Kyan Yu's every move, slowly blinking. Wen Youning gently checked both adult swans along the direction of the feathers. The 3 fighting chicks didn't know when they stopped. They all focused their gaze on Wen Youning, mainly looking at Nyan and Diane. I can't understand why Mom and Dad are leaning against each other. The little guys were completely dumbfounded. Very good. Wen Youning swiped with an electronic pen on the iPad and checked off the health examination items. From the current state of the Koskoroba swan, it is not hard to see how much attention Kyan Yu pays to them. It's just short of numbering every feather of the Koskoroba swan. Just as I finished the last item, the iPad warned that the battery was low. Wen Youning then noticed that the battery in the upper right corner was almost empty, and without the percentage displayed, she hadn't looked closely. Kyan Yu, the iPad is out of battery. Kyan Yu came down with the dirty gauze in her hands. I forgot to charge it yesterday. I have another iPad, I'll go get it right now. Teacher Wen, please wait a moment. After saying that, she hurriedly ran out. With a slip in the water underfoot, Kyan Yu quickly raised her hand to support herself. Oh no. Wen Youning advised, take it slow, don't rush. I just have an emergency, let me connect. It's okay, Sister Wen, you just carry on with what you're doing, don't worry about me. Kyan Yu waved her hand, stomped her foot, and ran out the door in an instant. North wind cool. Teacher Wen, I also have an emergency. How far along is the wait? Can I ask how many people are ahead of me? No waiting in the emergency room. Wen Youning pulled Beifeng Liangjin up to the wheat. Is it me? Am I too good? Beifeng Liangjin raised the hamster in his hand to the camera. Teacher Wen, can you help me see what's wrong with its eyes? The palm-sized gray hamster lay on Beifeng Liangjin's palm, eyes shut, continuously taking out hidden food from its mouth. Perhaps the current environment made the hamster feel threatened. A pile of stored food. Squeaka. Put the mouse down. I'm giving it all to you, it's all yours, is that okay? What's wrong with the eyes? The eyes can't see. Asking, how can a person have so many problems with a mouse? In our small place there are no exotic pet doctors, and there are no pet hospitals that can treat hamsters. I can only rely on online searches. The cold wind wiped away the hamster food in his hand. I privately messaged a few hamster bloggers, but none of them replied. There's nothing I can do to join the call. Teacher Wen, look, it started last week. Its eyes were gradually unable to open. When I noticed, it already seemed to be squinting, and just now when I checked again, I found that it couldn't open its eyes at all. Afraid that Wen Youning couldn't see clearly, Beifeng Liang turned the camera towards the hamster. Wen Youning asked, does it hurt? Squeak. Not at all. What does it hurt? Who knows if a mouse feels pain? It's so annoying not being able to see. Could it be that he is getting old? It's possible that an aged hamster may slowly go blind or deaf. But old age leading to blindness shouldn't cause them to be unable to open their eyes. How did such a small one get this disease? Backslash, it doesn't hurt, it's slowly hard to open, there's been a change. Backslash. Wen Youning twisted the feathers of the warty-nosed swan and asked, backslash, have you given it anything to eat recently? Something it hasn't tried before, backslash. Backslash, does switching to a new type of hamster treat. Beifeng Liang Jin held a small bag in front of the camera. Backslash only, this is different from what it usually has. Backslash. Wen Youning's gaze swept across the ingredient list. This is the problem. Beifeng Liang Jin let out a howl, and the tense nerve immediately collapsed. It's all my fault. Buying snacks for the mouse without thinking, it must have eaten too many toxins and couldn't expel them from its body, leading to heatiness, burning its eyes blind. Beifeng Liang Jin clenched his fists tightly. It's all because of me that I harmed you. Wen Youning, no, listen to me. The cold wind blows and I can't listen at all. Clearly I was fine before not eating snacks, all my fault. Creek. What is everyone doing? What does it mean to be human? The north wind cools and the voice is sad. I have blinded my hamster and it may die. I have harmed a life. I am guilty. Stop. Wen Youning tried several times to find an opportunity to interject into this one-sided conversation, but could only bluntly interrupt. It's just that the heat has caused secretion to stick to my eyes. She sighed. Just use a tissue soaked in warm water to wipe it off. You can also feed it some chrysanthemum tea to reduce the heat. Where did the discussion about guilt come from? The north wind was cool and emotions were running high. Holding the hamster with great distress, hearing Wen Youning's words felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over him. Oh, is that how it is? Awkward and embarrassed. Hamster, not dead yet, the grave is crying first. What's the difference between this and amputating the mouse when you sprain your ankle? The difference is that he doesn't take action. If you just put in a little effort, it would be clean. The north wind is cool as I watch the live stream comments, looking at Wen Youning, my gaze drifting in circles without finding a landing point. It feels like everything looks quite awkward. I'll try first. The north wind coolly set the hamster down and left the screen for a while. A moment later, there was the sound of footsteps, and the north wind coolly did not return, only holding a tissue in hand in front of the live broadcast camera, gently wiped the hamster's eyes. Squeak, the feeling of having its eyes wiped with a wet tissue was quite uncomfortable for the hamster, which let out a sharp cry. Okay, it's almost done. Beifeng Lianjin grabbed another tissue to wipe the other eye. The hamster struggled for a long time, and when the tissue was taken away, its eyes were wet around the rims. But in a panic, its eyes suddenly widened, and the hamster was stunned. It saw the mouse. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The hamster raised its paws in disbelief, cupping its cheeks, and it was very clear to see. Seeing the hamster outside again, it happily scratched its paws on the table, excitedly squeaking one after another. Wen Youning saw it getting so excited that it was running around and reminded, "The table is high, be careful not to fall down." Squeak! The hamster suddenly hit the brakes, turned around to run back to the phone, stood up, and jumped while raising its front paws trying to reach up. "Person!" The mouse heard you talking, human. From the hamster's perspective, Wen Youning is invisible, but her live stream clearly shows the bouncy little hamster. She smiled and said, "Don't be so excited, calm down." Bei Fengliang was originally quite worried and self-reproaching, but after realizing that the hamster couldn't open its eyes because of eye discharge blocking them, he was left with only silence and amusement. God knows why he was thinking so many nonsensical things at that time. The north wind coolness. Teacher Wen. Does chrysanthemum tea need to be given on a regular and fixed schedule like medicine? Can I put the tea I've brewed in the hamster's water dispenser, or should I just use chrysanthemum tea instead of regular water? Wen Youning said, "No need to brew it, just give it to eat dry." The north wind coolness misunderstood and thought it needed to be brewed, quickly nodded and said, "Oh, okay, I got it. Goodbye, Teacher Wen. Come here, little mouse, say goodbye to Teacher Wen." Squeak! The mouse hasn't been seen yet. The north wind has cooled down without understanding, but since the hamster has already squeaked to him, that means it has already said goodbye. So the north wind directly connected the call. When Wen Youning connected the call, his hand unconsciously paused. The little one lying on Wen Youning's leg lifted its chin slightly and made a very soft sound, chirp. Wen Youning looked down and met the gaze of the knobby-nosed swan, and she suddenly smiled. Come, let's smooth your feathers." When Cayenne Yu returned with the iPad, Wen Youning had nearly managed to coax both knobby-nosed swans to sleep. "Sorry, Teacher Wen, I'm late. I had lent that iPad to a colleague, and when it was returned to me, it wasn't charged. I charged it a bit temporarily. It should be enough to use." Cayenne Yu walked over and handed the iPad. "I heard they said a dog was running around in our park and they wanted me to help catch it. Luckily, I'm agile. Otherwise, I would have been drafted again." Wen Youning opened the iPad and said, "Is it a stray dog?" "It doesn't look like it. They say it has been cleaned up nicely. It should be a domesticated little yellow dog. One of our employees wants to adopt it, so they are making a big fuss about catching the dog," Cayenne Yu said, unsure as she hadn't seen it with her own eyes and was only relaying what she heard from others. Moreover, letting a puppy run around in the zoo is a very dangerous thing. Cross-infection, virus transmission, and the risk of accidentally encountering other animals in the park all pose a significant threat, regardless of the scenario. The security guard thought it came in with its owner, but when he turned around, the person was still there and the dog had run away. After asking, he learned that it wasn't that tourist's dog. But it's fine, it has been found now, and Xiao Wu has been following closely. Cayenne Yu put on her gloves. "Teacher Wen, let me help you catch the little swan." Wen Youning said, "Okay." Cayenne Yu is already quite familiar with the mute swans, and naturally, her relationship with the little swans that are often fed by her is also good. "Come here, little round, little ball, little one." Cayenne Yu clapped her hands with the thing she was holding. This gesture is what she always does before feeding, and the little swans have already developed a habit of responding to it. At this moment, no matter what Cayenne Yu is holding in her hands, the little swans will run towards her. Sure enough, this time was the same. Jeeba. Eating human. In the concept of the little swan, there are only people it often sees and people. In front of the food, each little swan used all its strength to run, but when they got closer, they realized that what Cayenne Yu was holding was not food. The little swans were shocked and disappointed, and without hesitation, they turned away. With both hands stretched out, a little swan was not caught, and Cayenne Yu said, "I'll go to catch it." Wen Youning cupped her palm around the small chin of Dandian, pretending to lift it off her lap. Cheap Dandian refused to leave, closing its eyes and slightly lifting its head. "Come here." Nyan seemed to have fallen asleep, motionless, but still called out once. The three that darted out heard their parents' voices, turned to exchange glances with their siblings beside them, and the one in the middle bobbed its head left and right to coordinate with the left and right. Luckily, I didn't shake my head unevenly. Nyan chirp. The little swans immediately fluttered their small wings and rushed over with chattering. Kyan scratched at their backs with both hands. "What a round little swan. I can't believe what might happen if I pinch it. It's so adorable." Kyan managed to hold back from kicking it in the butt. "Of course, if it's me, I'd go for it, hee. The little swan first ran to Diddy and Nyan ahead of the others. Hiding under Mom and Dad's wings, Wen Youning observes. Kyan came over with his hands in his pockets. "Teacher Wen, let me introduce you." She smiled with her eyes squinting and said, "Xiao Yuan is the eldest sister, Xiao Qiu is the second brother, and the third one is Xiao Kai, who is a younger sister." Thinking of the origins of these names, Kyan smile deepened. They were named based on the shape of the eggs while they were still eggs. Xiao Yuan has a more rounded shell, Xiao Qiu is a bit flatter than Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Kai was harder to come up with. Initially, I wanted to call it Xiao Hua because the cracks on the shell look like the patterns of flowers, but when it hatched, the patterns got blurred, so I ultimately chose Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai also hopes that after it hatches, it will be happy every day. Kyan propped her chin with one hand and poked Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai rubbed against her mother's wing, burrowing even deeper. They are all quite meaningful names. Kyan felt a great sense of achievement when he thought of these names. All the names sound nice. Wen Youning took out a small bird, helping it with a checkup amidst its chirp-chirp sounds. Nyan tilted her head slightly, and Wen Youning's hand covered its head first. "Your name sounds nice. Diane's also sounds nice." "Ha, if you're going to praise, you must praise it all." "Help, Diane and Nyan are so cute." "No, Kyan you already have 5 warty swans, yet you won't even give me one. You're so stingy." Finish checking the last little swan. Young cubs are easily flustered and lack the calmness of adult animals. Sometimes they express their inner voices one after another without even being asked by Wen Youning, and at times their thoughts pile up together. I've pretty much understood the questions I wanted to ask. Wen Youning put down the little round one, who ran under the wings of the little dots without looking back, then focused intently, sticking its head out along with the 2 little swans beside it. 3 little swans stood in a row with their heads aligned. Wen Youning reached out to Polka Dot and said, "Beep, beep, beep." Chirp. Xiao Yuan was so scared that she fell to the ground, completely enveloped by the little one's wings. "Sister Kyan, is Teacher Wen still there with you?" Having fun playing with the little swans, a voice came from afar. Hearing that there was still something concerning herself, Wen Youning instinctively looked up. The girl outside couldn't come in and shouted at the doorbell, "Teacher Wen has something going on. I can't reach her." Kyan asked, "Is Teacher Wen there? What's wrong?" The girl said, "That dog ran to Teacher Wen's house." Wen Youning was taken aback and quickly hugged the warty-nosed swan off her lap, rushed to her feet and said, "I'll go check. Did they get into a fight?" The girl shook her head, "Not really, but the dogs in the yard surrounded that little dog, and then they wanted to go out, so I had someone stop them." "I understand, thank you." Wen Youning didn't have time to say more and ran out to drive. Kyan was puzzled, and when she picked up the slowly flying live streaming equipment to chase after, Wen Youning had already left. After thinking for a moment, she decided to close the door and lock it. "I might as well go take a look." "Want to fight? Go out and find a suitable place to have a good fight." "What kind of dog would run this far just to fight?" "Exactly, it feels like they should know each other." "What good friends are made when being a stray dog?" The bullet comments are various, with one discussion following another. Unfortunately, the damaged live broadcast equipment reacts a bit slowly and couldn't keep up with Wen Youning's speed. I can only guess the specific situation. Wen Youning arrived at the small courtyard door at home. The rock wolf confronted the zoo staff, growling, "Woo! Get out of the way." The rock wolf did not intend to hurt anyone. The dog behind it was just barking loudly and did not actually bite. The unfamiliar yellow dog was anxiously circling around the rock wolf. Woof, woof, woof. Don't hold him back, woof. Hurry up, if you go any slower it will be too late. Do you want to go out? Wen Youning asked as she stepped forward. What happened? Woof. The little yellow dog saw a human approaching, was about to show its teeth, but sniffed and, recognizing the same scent as the boss, closed its mouth. Yan Wolf, ooh. Rescue the dog. Wen Youning suddenly realized the meaning of Yan Wolf's words. Is someone stealing dogs? Woof woof, the puppy barked loudly. Yes, the puppy and Biscuit are playing in the yard. Something flew by outside the yard and Biscuit suddenly froze. A person dragged Biscuit into the car. If it weren't for the little yellow dog reacting and running into the house, that person would have wanted to catch it too. Wen Youning said immediately, "Take me over. You all stay at home and don't run around." Taking all the dogs out of the house, Wen Youning couldn't take care of everyone, so for safety's sake, she only called the little yellow dog to lead the way, patting the rock wolf in return. Your leg is still injured, so stay at home and wait for me to come back. You can trust me to handle the dog rescue. The rock wolf took a couple of steps forward, but its rear leg, which it couldn't put on the ground, still made it whimper. Woo! Kyan Newell had just chased over, and before he could hand over the live streaming equipment, he brushed shoulders with Wen Youning, who was coming out. She turned around and followed, saying, "What's going on?" Wen Youning succinctly replied, "Someone entered the yard to steal a dog and took away its companion. I'm going to save the dog." What? What the heck? What does it mean to enter the courtyard? The kind of courtyard at home? Isn't that just breaking into someone's house to steal? What's the difference from burglary? Kyan Newell was also stunned for a moment after hearing this, thinking of the recent viral lost dog notices online, where dogs playing in their yards were stolen by being drugged and taken away. He immediately said, "Do the dog thieves have a car? Teacher Wen, wait for me to go home and drive." Wen Youning's footsteps didn't stop. "I'll go ahead, you drive over to find me." All right, Kyan Newell separated from Wen Youning at the fork in the road. Woof woof. This way. The person hasn't run far yet. The little yellow dog is running ahead with all its might, while Wen Youning chases it all the way to the small gate. The security at the main gate is quite strict, while this small gate occasionally has stray dogs from the rescue station interacting with tourists. It's the only chance here to sneak in among the tourists. The little yellow dog clearly had a target direction. It dashed out of the small gate without stopping for a moment, swiftly maneuvering around the dogs from the rescue station that were blocking the way, carving out a winding path. Wen Youning walked around the tourists behind her, saying, "Excuse me coming through, sorry, thank you." All along the way, polite apologies never ceased. Along the small path facing the small gate of the zoo, right across was a little alley. The little yellow dog could run over to seek help, saying that if the dog thief ran away more slowly, it meant that the little yellow dog's home was not far from the zoo. The closest place nearby is a community, and the only one that can catch dogs in the yard is a bungalow with a courtyard. Woof woof. Bark here. The little yellow dog ran too fast, dashed into the alley, and saw a white van parked inside. The license plate is clearly displayed without any cover, but someone who is stealing dogs definitely has a fake plate. In the van, the front passenger stretched out a hand and shot something towards the wide-open iron gate, followed by repeated sounds of woof, woof. The man, wearing sunglasses, swaggered into the yard and pulled out a white dog whose hind legs were twitching. Woof, woof, The little yellow dog barked loudly and rushed forward. The man threw the white dog into the car. "Stop!" Wen Youning rushed out from around the corner of the alley, casually grabbing a brick and throwing it. "Let the dog go." Meanwhile, the people inside noticed and came out. "Awang, tusk, 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 awang." Seeing the crowd, the man did not linger or hesitate. Without saying a word, he opened the car door, got in, and stepped on the gas, leaving behind a trail of exhaust. The little yellow dog chased and couldn't bite the person in time. Woof woof. "Stop!" This person clearly looks like an old hand, with quick and decisive actions, grabbing what they want and leaving without lingering. Moreover, they seem very familiar with the routes around this area. It is difficult for two vans to pass side by side on many of the narrow paths here, and in some places, they are so narrow that only one person can pass. However, the van is moving smoothly all the way, driving steadily. Fortunately, these are small roads, so the van can't press the gas pedal all the way down. Woof, the little yellow dog barked while chasing. Wen Youning is chasing closely behind the little yellow dog. She reaches out several times, trying to grab the door handle of the van. The van suddenly brakes sharply as it moves forward, and the next moment it crashes straight back. The little yellow dog beside the rear wheel is about to bite. Wen Youning's pupils suddenly contracted as she scooped up the little yellow dog and lunged to the side. The van quickly shifted gears after a brief reverse and rushed out of the path. Woof! The little yellow dog watched helplessly as the van drove away, barking anxiously, and broke free from Wen Youning's grip to continue chasing. Wen Youning, who had come running from behind, saw the little yellow dog rushing out and her eyes widened in shock. "Watch out! Don't run the red light!" Screech! A short, abrupt sound of braking was heard as the small yellow dog darted past in front of the black Cullinan, quickly running to the other side of the path. After bolting out, the small yellow dog seemed to have a delayed reaction of fear. "Teacher Wen!" The dog ran away. Lin Beiyu got out of the car, but the small yellow dog that ran past was clearly unfamiliar. He guessed it might be one that Wen Youning had recently adopted. "No, it took me to catch the dog thief." Wen Youning waved his hand, not having time to explain further, and was about to chase after it. Lin Beiyu said, "Stealing a dog, that van in front." "Let's go, I'll take you to chase." He went around to the driver's seat and the back door, and driver's door opened. Wen Youning glanced at his car, but Lin Beiyu got in the driver's seat. "Get in the car." The Cullinan drove by. Only the two people on the roadside stared at each other. The assistant turned his head, puzzled. "I'm the assistant and I got out when I needed to. Why did you, the driver, get out too?" "Driver? Not yet. I didn't even notice when the seatbelt was unbuckled. As soon as I got down, I hadn't even steadied myself when the car door closed." Kyan Newell followed the positioning between the live broadcast equipment and the watch. Before the car stopped, he felt the positioning on the sign suddenly darted out. Is this a speed that a normal person can run out at? Not bothering to calculate it too carefully, Kyan Newell could only follow the location and catch up first. There are not many cars off the main road. Even dog thieves don't dare to go on the main road. If they run into traffic police setting up a checkpoint, whether they stop or not, it's a dead end. If someone is being chased, there's still a chance to escape, but if chased by the traffic police, a single command from the walkie-talkie can alert the whole area. They won't even be able to escape the city before being surrounded. The dilapidated van drove across the pothole, splashing mud. The little yellow dog stretched its neck to look at the windshield ahead, its paws anxiously tapping. Woof, woof. There's a biscuit inside. The biscuit is right inside. The dog saw it. Wen Youning, don't worry, he can't escape. Even with all the performance metrics maxed out, the van can't outrun the Cullinan. The dog thief in front clearly realized this, and after a brief deceleration, he began his old tricks again, shifting into reverse to crash into them. Lin Beiyu did not retreat but instead stepped on the brakes. Wen Youning held the small yellow dog tightly, stabilizing it from flying out, and she herself was also tightly restrained by the seatbelt. With a bang, the tail light of the van crashed into Curie Nan's front end. After a brief collision, this car accident seemed to catch the dog thief by surprise. The van restarted, and this time, a white car blocked its path. The van was trapped in the middle, with only a narrow alley left for one person to pass on either side. The front and back of the car had already been deformed, and the dog thief decisively opened the car door and fled. Wen Youning pushed against the top of the van, slid over, glanced around to confirm there were no surveillance cameras, and then kicked the dog thief in the chest. Cough, cough, the dog thief was caught red-handed. He was about to run, but as he took a breath it got stuck in his chest, causing him to choke for a long time. He kept coughing forcefully and was kicked back to the side of the car, but his hand reached for the tools in the driver's seat. Wen Youning grabbed his collar and pulled him away, reversing his grip to lock his wrist and slam it heavily against the van. Crack! The dog thief's cough was interrupted, and his cries of pain echoed through the narrow path. What is that? Who is calling? Kyan Nuo, has Teacher Wen taught you to bring live broadcasting equipment when streaming? What's the point of just listening to the sounds? I want to see the visuals. I'm so anxious I'm scratching my heart and liver. Woof, the little yellow dog was scratching at the car door. Biscuit, Biscuit, are you there? Wen Youning threw the barely alive dog thief on the ground and said, help me tie him up. The dog thief regained his freedom, ignoring the pain in his body, and rushed down a side alley. The river below terrified him, freezing his hands and feet, and when he tried to turn back and run in another direction, he was pinned against the wall by Lin Beiyu. Afraid of water, before the words were finished, the dog thief suddenly raised his hand and stabbed at Lin Beiyu with a needle for poking dogs, the tip gleaming with a white light. Lin Beiyu backhanded and grabbed, and the dog thief turned to stab Kyan Nuo. Zhang Yule came over, and Kyan Nuo instinctively stepped back. Lin Beiyu used force on his wrist, directly pulled the person over, and kicked him out. Wen Youning turned her head upon hearing the sound. Are you okay? Lin Beiyu waved his hand and coldly watched the person roll down. It's nothing. Wen Youning opened the back door of the van, and there were quite a few dogs scattered inside. At a glance it looks quite clean, likely just stolen from someone's place not long ago. The little yellow dog sensed something was wrong and came out to find help. When Wen Youning arrived, it should have been just in time for him to be stealing. Woof, the little yellow dog saw his friend and excitedly jumped up, wagging his tail. Cookies, Woof, cookies are here. Wen Youning looked at the number with wide eyes and sent a voice message in the work group using her phone. Zhao Zi was the first to respond. Teacher Wen, please wait a moment, I will bring people there right away. Wen Youning put down her phone and started to save the dog, while Kyan Nuo, unable to help, prepared to go after the dog thief. As a result, when she turned her face, the dog thief rolled down the slope. There is a river below the slope. The color of the river water makes it hard to tell its depth, but after the dog thief rolled in, he clawed at the edge for a moment, seemingly struggling, but still fell in with a plop. The dog thief was rising and falling in the river water. An old man living nearby heard the commotion at the door and came out to see a person struggling in the river. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh no, quickly save them." There are only a few young people outside, and the old man's gaze naturally fell upon them. "I want to help save the dog." Lin Beiyu rolled up his sleeves and turned to give Wen Youning a hand. The old man urgently said, "That is a human life." Wen Youning glanced down and saw that he really couldn't swim, so she stopped and shouted, "Do you need help?" The dog thief couldn't say anything in the water, completely panicked, struggling to surface, arms raised high and shaking. Wen Youning said, "He waved his hand, he doesn't need it." "Old man, I'm here to save, I'm here to save. Kyan Yu looked left and right, fearing he would run away, so she walked down the slope and handed over a stick. I must save you today. The drowning person clings tightly to the life-saving log, struggling to hold on, barely gasping with their chin resting on it. Kyan Yu didn't have the intention to pull someone up, so she let him stay there. When the dog thief climbed up, she pushed him back with a stick, saying, "If you dare to come up again, I'll smash your head." It's right next to the big bridge, and there are surveillance cameras. While it's definitely not possible to smash him, frightening this dog thief, who was already scared out of his wits by the water, was enough. The zoo doctor soon arrived at the scene, but the conditions were not suitable for further examination. The doctor came up with professional equipment to transfer. After the noisy chase just now, the police also arrived at the scene shortly after. The van in the zoo was filled with dogs, and the anxious little yellow dog found a spot for itself. Wen Youning had no place to stand, so she could only leave with Kyan Yu's vehicle. 2 police officers got out of the patrol car. Wen Youning glanced at the arriving female police officer, Officer Zhao. Zhao Jiak nodded. I guess this matter has to do with you. What about the dog thief?" Taking a bath downstairs, Wen Youning pointed at Kyan Yu, ignoring her subtle actions of pushing the dog thief into the water. After all, the dog thief neither shouted nor struggled, which meant he liked it. Zhao Jiak raised an eyebrow, and Wen Youning shrugged, walked down and placed her hand on Kyan Yu's shoulder. "I'll help you." Kyan Yu felt it was a pity. It's a shame he didn't fall in. If he drowned directly, they would be responsible, but if he couldn't be saved during the rescue process, then it wouldn't be their fault. Wen Youning said, "That's unreliable. Rather than hoping he drowns, it would be better to wish that he disturbs a poisonous snake sleeping in the river when he falls in and gets bitten as revenge." Kyan Yu sighed. Really, if only a poisonous snake could come out and bite him, that would be doing a good deed on behalf of heaven. I throw food into the river every day. I worship it. Wen Youning patted her shoulder. "Is there a snake? How about making a deal? Just a little taste." Kyan Yu nodded frantically. Yes, just a little taste, just a little taste." She also saw the dogs in the van earlier, and adding up the prices of all the dogs, with that little money, it might not be enough to settle in 3 years, maybe even not in 6 months. But it has harmed the innocent dogs like this. Their condition is very poor, and no one knows what they were beaten with, whether it is poisonous or harmful. The only thing that can be known is that they are still alive now. Other than that, everything depends on fate. Just thinking about the mere punishment for dozens of vibrant lives really makes one feel frustrated. If it weren't for the police watching, she definitely would have kicked him a couple of times. After causing so much harm to so many puppies, he only got a beating and a bit of water. He really got off easy. However, the car accident was entirely the fault of that dog thief, and with the repair costs for the Cullinan piling up, this dog thief's life is basically ruined. The water in the river is flowing. When Wen Youning pulled someone up, she vaguely heard something, but it seemed like the sound of the wind blowing over the water's surface. When Zhao Jiak came down, Wen Youning and Kyan Yu had been chatting for a while. She glanced down and asked, "What about his injuries?" Wen Youning pointed up, indicating the slope. He rolled down and bumped into the rocks because he didn't stand steady. This patch of grass is sparse, much like the few remaining hairs on a bald person's head, providing little cushioning. The speed at which things roll down is fast enough that a single stone could embed itself into a person's forehead, causing some reasonable injury. The dog thief choked on a couple of mouthfuls of water upon hearing this, not knowing what he had just swallowed after falling into the river, and began gagging continuously. Wen Youning continued to list his crimes, saying, "He was driving dangerously, recklessly steering, and even reversed into our car." "Right," Kyan Yu raised his hand to speak, but quickly retracted it shyly when Zhao Jiak looked over. I noticed something was wrong when I drove here, and the car had already stopped. He deliberately pressed the accelerator and crashed into me. My dashcam captured it clearly. Lin Beiyu was the last one to come down. I have already extracted the footage from my dashcam. Zhao Jiak watched the video of the Cullinan. When the van was reversing, the Cullinan also stopped, and it was clear that the van actively reversed to hit someone. The video is very short, just this part. After the van driver got out, there was no more footage. Zhao Jiak asked, "So that's it, nothing more?" Lin Beiyu, "It's gone." Behind that is a scene of Wen Youning hitting the dog thief, which is definitely gone. Zhao Jiak noticed something was off, crossed her arms, and absent-mindedly tapped her fingertips. What about the dog? Wasn't it said that they came to rescue the dog? Kyan knew it was taken aback. You also watched Teacher Wen's live stream. Zhao Jiak did not deny it. The dog was taken away by the zoo's veterinarian, Wen Youning said. Let's go take the record first, and then I will also go to the hospital to help. There are too many dogs and I can't handle it all. She didn't call the police and didn't expect that they would come. If I had known, I would have just driven away earlier. However, it is too late to say anything now. Zhao Jiak pointed to the two cars and said, "One of you come with me to take a statement. The owners of these two cars can stay here and wait for the traffic police." Lin Beiyu said, "Teacher Wen stays, I will go take the statement." Zhao Jiak nodded and said, "All right, let's go. I'll handle the drunk driving checks on my end." Lin Beiyu gave the assistant's phone number to Wen Youning. Contact him if there's anything. Handling car accident claims and contacting the police for insurance is all managed by the assistant. Kyan Yu drove here and is also on the phone looking for someone to handle it. Teacher Wen, you can go back first. I'll take care of this. The car wasn't driven by Wen Youning, so the police won't trace it back to her. Wen Youning nodded slightly. Contact me by phone if there's anything. Kyan Yu smiled and gave an okay gesture. It's covered. This time, we rescued too many dogs from the dog thief. Moreover, either they were knocked out violently or drugged, so the dog's condition is not very good. Send back to the hospital and start resuscitation immediately. Considering the number, the park specially selected a hospital without hospitalized animals and mobilized all the medical resources from the park to help. When Wen Youning entered after disinfecting and changing clothes, the hospital's doctors were systematically treating patients based on the severity of their conditions. Stop the bleeding, hurry. How about the blood bags? Do we still have inventory? This won't work, bring the scissors. The empty hospital is rarely lively. When Wen Youning came in, there were long tables on both sides of the road, with dogs lying on them that had been rescued. There was one that was slightly larger in size, not lying down like the other dogs, and at first glance it seemed to be in a decent condition, able to control itself. I can't breathe. It feels so uncomfortable. What should I do? The big dog lifted its head for a moment, then lowered it again. Woof. Let them go first. Woof, just wait a bit longer. Can't breathe. First save this one. When Youning picked up the big dog and rushed into the rescue room, it can't breathe. The big dog's eyes were a bit unfocused. The big dog, which looked perfectly healthy, showed no resistance at all after being picked up. Teacher Wen, let's save it for now. Its condition is not bad. It's going to die. Wen Youning looked around at the empty hospital beds, placed the dog on the table, and pulled the oxygen mask over its face. At this moment, the large dog's condition began to reveal itself. Its previously stable abdomen became labored as Wen Youning pressed down on it. Wen Youning clasped her hands and applied consistent pressure, her brows furrowed. Do you have a needle? Yes. I don't know which doctor responded, but he quickly ran over and handed over a set of acupuncture needles. This is a replica he made after watching Wen Youning's live stream. He doesn't know how to use it and is still learning. After sending the acupuncture needles over, he rushed off to rescue the next one. "Thank you." Wen Youning twisted a needle in her hand, aimed for the acupoint and inserted it. Wen Youning's hand presses actions gradually slowed down. "It's okay, don't be afraid." The big dog opened its mouth, but could not make any sound other than exhaling and inhaling. Compared to the previous weakness, now it can scratch a couple of times with its paw. "Okay, let's lie down for a while longer." When Youning adjusted the depth of the needle, "Don't bite this needle, it can be removed in a little while." "Woof woof," the big dog panted, barking loudly. The little yellow dog stood by the table, sniffing his companion. The biscuit was still being infused, and the little yellow dog didn't dare to go up, anxiously circling nearby. Wen Youning listened to the heart's voice to find a quiet and severely injured but quiet dog. The little yellow dog squeezed beside her, turning around and around. Wen Youning, undisturbed, asked around and confirmed there were no emergencies before bandaging their wounds. "Woof! Wow, you are really amazing. No wonder you are the master of the boss, way stronger than my master." Wen Youning tore open the gauze and casually asked, "Did you hang out with the rock wolves before?" "Woof! What is that?" Wang said to the boss. The boss told Wang and Biscuit to follow the person. The boss also said that if anything happens, they can come to find it. The little yellow dog could not defeat the person who stole its companion, so it had to ask the rock wolf for help. Wen Youning wrapped the wound and changed to the next dog. The dog that was injected didn't move much but couldn't help but bark, "Woof woof." As soon as I called out, the room became very chaotic. Fortunately, everyone is an experienced doctor. They routinely provide free medical consultations for stray animals and have encountered such situations before. They have learned to be immune to the surrounding noise and focus on handling the tasks at hand. Wen Youning continued to be busy until the evening. By the time I had settled the last dog, it was completely dark outside. Wen Youning was so tired that she could hardly lift her hands, and the little yellow dog had already squeezed outside the biscuit's cage and fallen asleep. She sat in the chair, too tired to move, sipping on glucose intermittently. Wen Youning flicked through the takeaway ordering app on her phone. She had scheduled an order for lunch, estimating that she might be busy until late, and ordered dinner for everyone just in case. The salary provided by the park is from the park. Treating for dinner is her intention. It's just that. However, after opening it to take a closer look, I found that the order was still showing as being delivered. Wen Youning. What's going on? Dong dong. Wen Youning looked up to see Lin Beiyu outside the glass door, got up to open the door for him. "Why did you come over so late?" Lin Beiyu said, "I sent you a message after finishing the notes, but I didn't get a reply. I thought you must be busy, so I bought a few things to send over." The assistant stepped forward and said, "Everyone has worked hard. President Lin is treating, come and eat something." The staff behind pushed in the food cart. Wen Youning said, "I trouble you today regarding your car, the damage estimate." "It's insured." Lin Beiyu handed her the thermos bag in his hand. "No need to think about those things." The assistant returned after distributing the dinner and nodded, "Yes, those are all my responsibilities." Lin Beiyu glanced at him sideways, and as the assistant's feet landed, he immediately turned. "Is there any drink left? Did anyone not get some?" Wen Youning smiled and found an empty table to sit down, asking, "Have you eaten?" "I have eaten." Lin Beiyu followed him over. "Kyan Yu has gone back. This live streaming equipment is for you." "Thank you." Wen Youning reached out to take it, and feeling it in her hand, it didn't seem right. The surface was smooth and didn't look like it had been injured. "This doesn't seem like the one I had." Lin Beiyu pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "The broken one has been returned to the factory. This one is the same as the one you had before, and all the settings have been adjusted. You can check if there's anything else you're not used to and modify it. Wen Youning really did have something to livestream about, and she didn't care that it was too late. She started the livestream first. Since the previous one has already been returned to the factory, the livestream must have automatically ended. Finally, I see people. This is the reward for my late-night efforts. Teacher Wen looks so tired. Is he exhausted? There are so many dogs around. I've been busy since I went out today. Wen Youning took a sip of warm lemon tea. Do any of these dogs look familiar? If they match the area where dogs went missing in the last 3 days and align with my homepage, come by and pick them up when you have time. For dogs that have owners, the priority is to return them. For those that can't be returned, they will be treated and then sent to the rescue station in the park. Everyone, please help to take screenshots and forward them. The dog owner is anxious after losing the dog. Some dogs were rescued with chains still around their necks, clearly having been guard dogs in a yard, which were stolen by dog thieves. Wen Youning took a frontal shot of each dog one by one. Just as she was taking pictures, a voice came from outside. "Hello, whose delivery is it?" "Mine." The quantity was too large, so she placed several separate orders and 5 delivery personnel came. The assistant just finished sorting out the bags they brought and saw that so many more bags had appeared on the table. Am I seeing things at this late hour? I don't understand, but I will lend a hand. Hiss, either you can be an assistant. This observation skill. Is Teacher Wen treating us tonight? Cookies and lemons are from my family. Today my grandpa is at home, and when I got back the dog had run away. I'm so anxious. Host, when do you have time for me to pick them up? Wen Youning found the name familiar, Biscuit. Biscuit is still in the observation period and cannot be picked up for now. You can come over to register first, and we will contact you once Biscuit is ready to be discharged. After all, having been injected with an unknown drug, even if a life is saved, it is not guaranteed that there will be no further issues in the future. It is advisable to observe for a while, and if there are any problems in the hospital, they can be dealt with promptly. Okay, thank you. The owner sent gifts in the live broadcast room. Since the broadcast started, the special effects in the live room haven't stopped. Wen Youning yawned, didn't have much of an appetite at night and only drank the soup. The camera kept focused on the dogs, waiting for their owner to come. Ding! The sound of the emergency call made Wen Youning pause. She forgot to mute the new device. Wen Youning put down her chopsticks, connected the call, and casually muted it. Hello. The boy with the ID. More Corn was holding a gray puppy and nodded at the camera. Teacher Wen, I'm sorry to disturb you at night. Woof 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 woof. Too much, way too much, Wang. Wang wants to cry. Wang feels wronged, boohoo. The main issue is that there are no pet hospitals open at night, and the puppy has been calling out in pain, which makes her uneasy. Teacher Wen, could you please take a look? Just now when my uncle got angry, it bit him. It hurt my uncle, and with a wave of his hand it was knocked away and crashed into the stool. It seems like it hit somewhere and has been crying out. No matter where I touch it, it yelps. Does that mean it hurts all over? Woof. Woof, I just want to bark. Woof, it hurts, woof. What should we do? Why don't we go to the hospital? A voice came from nearby. It should be my uncle. Because after he spoke, the puppy's barking grew louder. Listening, it sounded increasingly aggrieved. Wen Youning thought that under normal circumstances, if a dog kept whining in pain after a bump, one would consider a fracture or break, but the barking of this rural dog didn't seem like a cry of pain. She softly asked, "What injustice have you suffered? Is it because you were beaten by your uncle?" Huh, the small rural dog, hearing Wen Youning's words, lowered its bark. Oh my God, it's so cute. The puppy's eyes don't seem like they're capable of doing bad things. Let me examine, strictly investigate your little uncle. This guy must have secretly bullied the little dog. The little dog looks so well behaved. Definitely all the responsibility lies with the little uncle. What strict investigation? There's nothing going on. Duo Yu shook his head, signaling everyone in the live broadcast room not to stir things up. Perhaps it's because it's not very familiar with the little uncle. That's why it took a bite when the little uncle wasn't paying attention. Woof woof. The rural dog looked at Duogia with tearful eyes, begging for more corn. People are stuffing it in with a bang. If you don't stop it, it will bang. If you stop it, it will still hit the dog. Bang bang, what is that thing? Wen Youning thought for a moment and asked, what are you stuffing it into? Woof! The pastoral dog ran to the outdoor kitchen stove, which is connected to the earthen kang, with a hole for the fire, heating up the kang inside where people sleep. The pastoral dog dug out a black object from a pile of corn cobs and charcoal. What is this? Duogia Yumi thought it was thin strips of black charcoal, but when he picked it up, it felt a bit light, far from the weight of charcoal. Oh my, a firecracker! Firecracker, a small but extremely powerful kind of firework. Woof! Your uncle must have seen it wrong, mistaking the firecracker for something to burn. When the puppy saw it, it ran over to stop him and was instead hit by your uncle. Wen Youning clicked her tongue and said, apologize to the puppy. Apologize to the puppy. Dogs are good, people are bad. Next time don't stop me, let me jump and crush this group of fools. This thing can blow apart a rural dry toilet when lit. Who told you to burn it like this? Where's my uncle? Is he watching the bullet screen or not? You come out here. Who put the firecrackers and the charcoal together? My uncle's voice was also confused. The surface of the firecracker is red, and it feels softer than the charcoal, but it looks a lot like the corn cobs used for burning. He was playing with his phone while periodically adding firewood to the stove, basically putting whatever he could find next to him, whether it was wooden charcoal or corn cobs. Who would have thought there was such a bomb hidden here? The red paper was stained black by the charcoal, making it impossible to see its original appearance. Woof! The countryside dog Zio Fa was furious. You good-heartedly saved me, and yet you hit me. I'm sorry, Zayamo. Duogia, you thought it was barking because it had been hurt, but it turned out to be angry. Duogia, you looked at the firecracker in his hand and couldn't help but feel a little scared. Thanks to you. Otherwise my third uncle would have flown out. When the little uncle was making a fire, only the third uncle was lying on the kang. Haha, this dog is quite smart, it smells the gunpowder, right? The little uncle squatted down, put one hand in front of the camera and pressed the little dog's head, making the dog bark in anger. But the next moment, my uncle quickly withdrew his hand and dashed out like a flash of lightning, shouting, Hey, what the heck? Stop right there, the old man shouted fiercely. Wen Youning bit the straw of her lemonade and asked, What's wrong? Ah, nothing. Duo Jiayu turned around and said, My third uncle heard us talking and flew out. No, I mean chased after to beat up my uncle. The person almost crushed by the beast is currently chasing it. Woof woof, the rural dog is hopping along outside. Good hit. Old third uncle is still strong. What are you standing there for? Go help out. Goodness almost sent the old man to the moon. Wen Youning said, The puppy's examination is fine, but if you're worried it might have injured its internal organs or bones, you can take it to the hospital for a checkup. All right, I've noted it down, Teacher Wen. Duo Jiayu quickly hung up to break up the fight. Wen Youning opened the snack box. After consuming a lot of physical energy, eating something too greasy is not good, but fried foods and desserts can bring happiness. If you've had a long day and are about to collapse, taking a bite of plain boiled noodles can make your life feel utterly bleak. Therefore, Wen Youning specially prepared some snacks for everyone. Whether to eat or not is up to you, but it's always good to have some. Lin Beiyu fiddled with the empty box on the table, bending it along the creases. It's very late. Won't you go back to rest, Teacher Wen? My car is outside, I can give you a ride. As the doctors who came to help finished their meals and left one after another, Wen Youning thought they needed to keep someone on duty here. I'll take a look at the situation in a moment. Mr. Lin, you guys can go back and rest for now. Lin Baiyu just stood up, paused upon hearing this. There's no rush to go back, I'll go take a look at those dogs again. The Lin Corporation also does stray animal rescue. If you need help, you can contact me. After all, treating stray animals is not a small expense. The zoo has a rescue budget, but it's not enough to save this many. The medicine, medical equipment, and various consumables, the extra costs have to be borne by Wen Youning herself. Wen Youning said, "It's okay, I'll collect the medical fees when the owner comes to pick up the dog." Lin Baiyu looked at those dogs with physical disabilities after surgery and said, "But not every sick dog has someone to take them. Raising dogs in the courtyard is for guarding the home." Wen Youning was taken aback, then curled her lips. "That's fine, I still have enough money." She got up with the lemonade. The video has advertising and there are still gifts and rewards. Given the current follower count of Wen Youling's account, the advertising price can be considered among the top rates for streamers. At advertisers, what are you waiting for? Come on. I hope Teacher Wen takes on more advertisements. I'm not envious at all seeing you make money. Every extra dollar Teacher Wen earns means one more stray animal in the world can be rescued. Woo-woo, Teacher Wen saved the little dog's life. Rescue is the result of the combined efforts of the hospital doctors. Wen Youning smiled slightly, tilting her head towards the live broadcast room. Those who saved them are us and also you. Everyone can contribute a bit. Ah, Teacher Wen, what are you talking about? It's making me tear up. Help, please. Gifts are not given for free, they're really not free. Teacher Wen really loves small animals, putting them first, doing good deeds while thinking of us. I liked them before, but now I love them even more. So should the live streaming time be increased in the future. Support, I hope it never goes offline and is prohibited from disappearing. The live stream will depend on the situation. Wen Youning changed the subject. The screenshot of this little dog isn't very clear, I'll fix it up. This topic is not abrupt at all, just kidding. Woof. Woof woof woof. Let go of the dog, Wen Youning paused for a moment, casually put the lemonade on the table and walked over. What happened? It's nothing, it probably doesn't like the cage. It just started crying as soon as it was moved in. Zhao Zi also couldn't hide her fatigue, her hands shaking as she locked the cage. The large flower dog in the cage was anxious. Woof. Pain. Wang can't move anymore. The inability to move might be because the medication hasn't worn off yet, so don't rush. Wen Youning comforted the big flower dog from behind the cage. Have a good sleep, and when you wake up. The light shone on the big flower dog's paws and she paused to say, "Don't lock the cage yet." Zhao Zi bent down halfway and asked, "What's wrong?" Wen Youning, the cage has pinched my paw. Eureka palm. The lock instantly slid down and hit the cage. Ouch, I didn't pay attention, I'm sorry. Zhao Zi moved the cushion inside a bit. The cage was hollow on all sides. Logically, a large dog of this size should be able to sit steadily inside, but unexpectedly, its paws slipped through the gap left by the cushion and pressed down. Zhao Zi brought the big dog's paw up from the gap, and the big dog sitting on the soft mat immediately stopped barking. Wen Youning rubbed the dog's paw and said, "You go rest, I'll take care of this." Zhao Zi yawned and said, "It's fine, I'll stay on duty, you go rest, and I'll find someone to take over for me when it gets light." Wen Youning, "I'll do it, I just happen to be filming a video to find the owner, and I need to keep it anyway." "Alright then, I'll come over tomorrow to help you." Zhao Zi had been here all afternoon, from rescuing this group of dogs until just now when she had a chance to take a break and drink some water, and her tired eyes were starting to blur. Wen Youning turned off the lights in the room, leaving only a warm-colored small lamp on. Hey, outside. Zhao Zi's exhausted voice suddenly rose in pitch. Tusk, you scared me. I thought the black bear from Xingling had come out. What? Wen Youning pushed open the door and saw the rock wolf standing at the bottom of the steps, staring at her intently. Wen Youning took off her clothes and walked down the steps. Rock wolf, how did you come here? Rock wolf rubbed his nose against her wrist. What? Go back. I'm not going back tonight. I'll stay here to work overtime. Wen Youning's eyes were curved, and she lowered her head to rest her forehead against the Caucasian's forehead. Are you here to take me home? No. The big dog waiting for you after work. Isn't this just too reassuring? Really, when it gets dark and the lights are blurry, the rock wolf stands there looking much like a bear. Caucasian dogs are indeed large dogs. Lin Beiyu stepped forward and handed her a coat. Put this on. It will be cold outside at night. Wen Youning was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Thank you. She reached out to take it, but the rock wolf bit onto the clothes first. Woof. Come in. Lin Beiyu still hadn't let go. As soon as the rock wolf released its grip, the clothes fell back into his hands. Hey, wait a minute, you can't go in. There are bacteria inside. Wen Youning hugged the rock wolf, pulling the big dog back. You wait for me at home. I'll be back tomorrow. Wen Youning patted gently, saying, Good. They're fine now, and your little brother's friend isn't in serious trouble either. They can be discharged after a bit of rest. The little animals are very loyal. If she hadn't returned in time, the rock wolf would have followed the little yellow dog out to rescue the dog. Woof! The little yellow dog also noticed the situation and ran back and forth inside the door, standing up to scratch at the door with its paws, eager to get out. Wen Youning then opened the door according to its meaning, and the little yellow dog anxiously squeezed out through the partially opened door gap. A small one stands on two legs, barely reaching half of the rock wolf. It excitedly barked woof woof woof, as if it was describing something it experienced not long ago to the rock wolf. From the little paws waving, it could be seen that it was an exhilarating fight. Little Huang is so cute. If its owner doesn't want it, I can adopt it. I want it. I'm going to claim it as soon as it gets light. The host, who finished sending gifts, anxiously sent a barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. The host looks like it's not wanted anymore. Do we need to queue to adopt? Host, I want it. Where are the managers? Kick out this person who's spamming. Master, you are cold, heartless, and unreasonable. The horizon is turning white. The first ray of sunshine fell, and the timer light in the room went out. Wen Youning was sleeping on the single sofa in the lounge, wearing only a coat. There are no extra hospital beds, and the lounge beds meant for doctors to rest have been temporarily requisitioned to accommodate injured dogs. The narrow single sofa, although soft, does not provide much support. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Wen Youning furrowed her brow, propping herself up with her hands on the armrests. After sleeping on this for a whole night, the fatigue in her body seemed to have not eased at all. Instead, her sleeping position caused her neck to feel a little stiff. It seems like I woke up with a stiff neck. It's not very severe. It doesn't show unless I make big movements, but it feels uncomfortable. Sorry to bother you, Teacher Wen. The doctor who came to work usually goes to the break room to drop off their things first. It's fine. Wen Youning rubbed her sore neck and got up. The doctor asked, nothing happened last night, right? No, everything is still relatively stable. Wen Youning sighed lightly. Today, the owner will come to pick up the dog, so remember to confirm the precautions with the owners for those dogs that have undergone amputation. Okay, the doctor nodded. I will make arrangements. The dog thief doesn't care about the dog's life. As long as they succeed in stealing, it's enough. The dogs that were first put into the van were in very poor condition. Various precious instruments were used, and in order to save their lives, amputation had to be performed. Fortunately, the hospital is willing to use medication, and there are many skilled animal doctors on guard. After yesterday's rescue, there were no fatalities, only varying degrees of injuries. A young girl came in carrying 2 large boxes of supplements and asked the doctor, "Teacher Wen? Where is Teacher Wen? Hello, I'm looking for Teacher Wen." Woof! The little yellow dog recognized its owner, lifted its head from the half-eaten food bowl, and ran over joyfully. In the upper cage, the cookie also showed a clear reaction. Unable to get out due to the cage, it could only anxiously pace in circles. The little girl was holding things in her hands and couldn't directly put the gift on the ground, leaving her unable to touch the dog as she continued searching. "Teacher Wen." "I am here." Wen Youning unwrapped a pack of disposable toiletries. After washing up, she felt much more energetic. "Teacher Wen." The little girl recognized Wen Youning from the live broadcast, and now that she saw her in person, her tone involuntarily rose. "I am the parent of Biscuit and Lemon. My name is Wen Youning." Wen Youning eagerly approached. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, our dog could have." Speaking of what happened yesterday, Wen Youning couldn't help but choke in her throat. Wen Youning, the dog thief is truly heartless. When I go out, I make sure to close the gate and fence in the yard because I'm afraid my dog will run out and get taken while I'm not home. Who would have thought that the dog thief would be so bold as to come into the yard to steal a dog? Shameless. Just thinking about it makes Wen Youning grit her teeth in anger. Unfortunately, her dog is not a purebred, so if it were stolen, the compensation would not be much, and it's even harder to punish the dog thief severely. The little dog suffered. I was scared to death yesterday when I came back without the little dog to greet me. Wen Youning handed over the gift box in her hand. "I bought this early this morning at the supermarket. I didn't know what to buy, so I just got something to boost health. Thank you so much." Woof! The little yellow dog wagged its tail. "Thank you, boss." The boss's boss must also be called the boss. Woof! The boss's boss is a cat. That person is the cat's boss, which means. The little yellow dog's wagging tail gradually came to a stop as it thought about some things until it got dizzy. Boss cat, woof. Well, never mind, let's just make a mark first. The owner of Xiao Huang and Biscuit loves them so much. Indeed, the collars on Biscuit and Xiao Huang's necks are all hand-knitted, very thoughtful. Okay. Wen Youning took a step back, avoiding the little yellow dog that intended to mark. "Don't be silly. Take your things back, I don't need them here." "Don't." Wen Youning found a table to put it on. "I came all this way and finally got it. I have to come often to bother you before the cookies leave the hospital. If I don't leave something, I won't feel at ease. How do I pay the consultation fee? I didn't see the QR code at the front desk." The hospital and the zoo is for treating the animals in the park, so naturally, there won't be a QR code. Consider the gifts you sent yesterday as the consultation fee. Wen Youning handed her a bottle of lemon water. It was unopened yesterday, but it's not cold anymore. Just make do. "Thank you." Wen Youning waited for the zoo to open for a long time and didn't dare to leave, afraid of someone cutting in line. And now she was indeed so thirsty that her throat felt like it was on fire. "I can't drink too much ice water at once. This temperature is just right." When Wen Youning saw that she was unwilling to accept the consultation fee, she entered the livestream room again. After all, the platform doesn't take a cut, so just go ahead and donate. "Teacher Wen, which one is Teacher Wen Youning?" "Woo-woo, my Pampen is here. It really is still alive." Wen Youning had not finished speaking when a large crowd surged in from outside, and everyone was talking at once. The doctor maintaining order at the door shouted, "Disinfection. Everyone queue up for disinfection. After disinfection, come over to register, otherwise you won't be allowed in." Sick dogs are very fragile. Once infected with any bacteria, complications may threaten their lives. Fortunately, the dogs that were treated outside have all been moved to the cages in the ward. Otherwise, with so many people coming in at once, it would be impossible to organize discipline. It seems that everyone is here to find their own dogs. Wen Youning waited outside before the zoo opened, was the first one to rush in, and had checked the strategy beforehand last night upon entering. She went straight to the hospital, completed disinfection and registration before other owners came in. Wen Youning glanced at the people at the door and then looked at the dog behind her. The little dogs looked at the crowd with eager eyes, like children waiting for school to end, searching for the trace of their owner inside. Wen Youning, who originally planned to leave after the morning shift, temporarily halted her departure. Most of the dogs cannot be taken home today, and even the few that can be taken home need to be carefully reminded of the details for their care afterwards. At this time, those who can rush over to find a dog are mostly people who genuinely care about the dog. Otherwise, they wouldn't come so quickly. Although Wen Youning couldn't take the dog away, she could stay and find a spot to accompany her little dog. She held Lemon in her lap and played with the little biscuit inside the cage with her hand. For a moment, the animal hospital was bustling with people, yet everything was orderly. It feels like there aren't many owners coming. Not many. I feel like there are quite a lot. Maybe some owners just haven't seen it yet. Yes, the blogger who looks for dogs online. I sent him a private message but haven't received a reply. He's gone crazy looking for dogs. Waking up early to pick up the dog, the consultation fee was paid without hesitation. Many people came with gifts. The table was filled with various gift boxes, enough in quantity to be able to set up a stall directly. Wen Youning transferred the wages of the doctor who helped yesterday to Zhao Zi, as they were so busy yesterday that they hardly had time to rest, calculated at 3 times the usual consultation wage. It's almost all arranged. Wen Youning stretched lazily, planning to go back and have a good rest. Teacher Wen, Qian Yu rushed in, her expression barely concealing her excitement. Something big has happened. What? Wen Youning asked suspiciously, a bit taken aback. Qian Yu said, the dog thief is in the ICU. Wen Youning paused him. Bullet screen. There's still this happy event. A city people's hospital. In front of the ICU ward, Zhao Jiak hugged her chest with both hands and looked through the observation window at the man inside, whose breath was becoming weaker. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang in the empty corridor, and she turned her head to take a glance. They're here. Wen Youning, Qian Yu stepped forward and asked, is the person still alive? Zhao Jiak chuckled lightly at this. Why do I feel like there's a hint of regret in your words? Ah, that can't be, that's a living person's life. Qian Yu covered the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. Of course I hope he is healthy. That's a joke. Let his lungs get infected underwater and his brain be gnawed, rotting and stinking by parasites. Die in a pool of blood. Wen Youning glanced at the almost lifeless dog thief inside. What happened to him? They were not caught, which means that the dog thief becoming like this has nothing to do with them. Otherwise, if Qian Yu didn't find her, the police would have already called for questioning. If it were more serious, it wouldn't be impossible for them to come directly to arrest her. Zhao Jiak said, poison. Qian Yu. What era is this that people still use poison? Qian Yu exclaimed. What kind of poison? Is it arsenic? Zhao Jiak shook her head. It's not that poison, it's snake venom. In that moment, Qian Yu's eyes widened even more. No, words manifest reality, Teacher Wen. You have the power of words. Ah ha ha, snake venom. Snakes are really bad. Qian Yu didn't know what to say for a moment. Saying too much would lead to mistakes, so she just nodded along and fell silent like a mute. Wen Youning was also somewhat stunned. Are there really snakes in the river? She just said it casually. Do you know what kind of snake it is? Zhao Jiak sighed softly. I don't know. The injuries are on the ankle and the back of the hand. The suspect doesn't recall being injured themselves, so I guess it's highly likely they were bitten by a snake in the river. But the river is so deep, and it's a long river with flowing water. Any living venomous snakes have probably long since swum away. I don't know what kind of snake it is. Even the doctor doesn't know which antivenom to use. Antivenom is derived from injecting small doses of snake venom into animals multiple times, allowing the animals to produce antibodies that are then purified. The antibodies contained in the antivenom are injected into the human body to neutralize the corresponding snake venom, specifically binding to form complexes that render the venom inactive. The body's phagocytic cells clean up the aftermath, rendering the snake venom ineffective against humans. A type of serum only targets specific snake venom. For example, the serum for the 5-step snake cannot treat the venom of the viper. Zhao Jiak, unable to identify which snake it was, I specially invited staff from the epidemic prevention station to come over for identification. The serum was injected only after confirmation. While speaking, Zhao Jiak's voice remained calm and unremarkable. Having seen many people, her mentality was also peaceful. Zhao Jiak said, the doctor said that while his life was saved, he suffered multiple organ failure along with damage to his brain nerves. The snake that bit him is infamous for causing severe tissue necrosis, and no one knows when the wound, which started rotting from his hand, will eventually stop. During this process, he is fully awake but cannot move. Feeling his hand rotting and falling off little by little, he lives in excruciating pain. The hand he was bitten by the snake is exactly the same hand he used to inject medicine when stealing dogs. Wen Youning pressed his lips tightly, his mouth corners turned down, clearly distressed. It's really unfortunate. Wen Youning patted her on the shoulder, turned her back and comforted her. Hold on, there are police here. Wen Youning sniffled with tears in her eyes, nodded vigorously, struggling to hold back, saying, serves you right. I accidentally bit my tongue, oh my, that hurts like hell. Just as Wen Youning turned around and clapped her hands, she suddenly remembered a question. Hey, what about the compensation for the car if he's like this? Can his family be made to pay? Although their parked cars aren't worth much, they can still make him lose a bit. That Lin Beiyu's car is a Cullinan. Zhao Jiak said, that's an insurance issue. If you sue him, they will probably auction off the properties under his name first. Only when someone passes away and has family to inherit the estate can you pursue the family for compensation. Wen Youning breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. We can't let them get away with it. Having insurance is fine too. Wen Youning said, I'm glad I rushed over after hearing the news early this morning. Zhao Jiak sat back in the chair and said lightly, entry is prohibited here now that you understand the situation, please leave. Wen Youning lightly said and added, sorry to disturb you. Wen Youning kept holding it in and couldn't help but skip as she walked into the safe passage. Zhao Jiak glanced at the stairway entrance, withdrew her gaze, and the dog thief inside coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhao Jiak shook her head. Wen Youning snapped her fingers as she walked down the stairs. Teacher Wen, do you think I should go to the seafood market to buy some fish or go to the vegetable market to buy some chickens, ducks, or geese? I'm going to offer them. Both praying to Buddha and gods involve gratitude, and she must keep her promises as well. It's not good to just throw it away, it would cause water pollution. Wen Youning also wanted to feed some food, but she felt powerless, and besides, that area has already been cordoned off. It's too obvious to go to the target now. We need to wait for a while, at least until the caution tape is taken down. Wen Youning, when was it cordoned off? Wen Youning said, didn't you notice the bridge under which we passed on the way here? Wen Youning shook his head, I completely didn't see it. This matter has caused quite a stir. It's fine, I'll find a chance to take a look. Wen Youning walked out of the hospital building and took out the live streaming equipment. I just praised you this morning, and you suddenly go black screen. HMPH, I'm angry. I've decided that I will no longer smile while giving you gifts. I will coldly and fiercely send them. So did that dog thief die or not? This is really important to me. It will decide whether I celebrate or not. Bitten by a snake, haha, bitten by a snake. Great news, let's spread the word. Still alive, Wen Youning said, and the bullet screen was filled with wailing. She then described the current situation of the dog thief to everyone. It's good to be alive. Being alive means there are endless sufferings to endure. The gift has been brushed. Give me the best medicine and ensure he lives until the very last moment. No, to hear such good news first thing in the morning. What was all the breath holding for last night? You're quite well-breathed, Wen Youning said with a smile. I made sure to share the exact news with you as soon as I received it. Bringing live broadcast equipment up there doesn't look good, but she definitely didn't hide the news. I was so angry yesterday that I didn't eat dinner, and now I'm a bit hungry. Kyan Yule tapped her fingers. Teacher Wen, let's go eat before we go back, okay? There are many small shops on both sides of the hospital, with all kinds of noodles, fried skewers, and spicy hot pot available, and there are food trucks selling pancakes and egg pancakes at the entrance. When I stepped outside and smelled the aroma of food, Kyan Yu's empty stomach, which had been hollow all night, began to protest. I'm really hungry. Let's go. Wen Youning is also a bit hungry, has been wanting to go back to take a nap, wake up and eat again, but it got delayed until now. Walking outside hasn't made her that sleepy, but she is still hungry. Are there so many people in the morning? Kyan Yu looked at the crowded little shop with a long line. So many people on a weekend morning. The food must be quite good. It's a pity she doesn't have the time or patience to wait in line. Just like the hand-grabbed pancakes and crepes she missed earlier, it was all because there were too many people at the stand. Wen Youning bought 2 cups of soy milk and handed them to Kyan Yu along with the straws, saying, have a little something, drink while searching. Kyan Yu took a big sip of the soy milk and muttered, are there any shops with fewer people? Some small shops are not spacious. Walking in there's hardly any room to stand, and sitting down to eat is even more crowded. Kyan Yu felt cramped and wanted to find a shop with relatively more empty tables. Maybe because it is close to the hospital, several shops are already packed with people. It was only after walking a while that I found a shop with fewer people. Kyan Yu was also feeling tired and out of breath, having no desire to continue forward. Let's eat at this place, Teacher Wen. Having a bowl of noodles in the morning is also good for digestion. Besides noodles, this place also has buns, dumpling, sweet cakes, and many types of noodle dishes. The end. Wen Youning threw the empty soy milk bottle into the trash can and walked into the store. There is a QR code on the table in the store. Scanning the QR code allows for online ordering, saving the trouble of having a waiter running back and forth. I'll get 2 bottles of drinks first, Teacher Wen. What would you like to drink? Kyan Yu walked inside without sitting down and opened the drink cabinet. From top to bottom, there are quite a variety of drinks. Wen Youning glanced at the menu and said without looking up, water, please. Okay, Kyan Yu reached out. We have room temperature. Which one does Teacher Wen want? Iced. Meow. Get lost. A sharp and fierce cat's cry sounded outside, interrupting Wen Youning's words. She turned her head to look and instinctively got up to check the situation. Teacher Wen, where are you going? Kyan Yu returned with the drinks and saw Wen Youning walking outside, so she hurried to follow. Oh, you still dare to bare your teeth at me? The man was shirtless on the upper body and wore only a pair of loose wide-leg shorts on the lower body. He swung the stick in his hand at the tabby cat on the ground, with plastic slippers on his feet. Get out, did I let you in, brainless beast? You even dared to scratch me? I'll beat you to death. A stick swinging with a whoosh was aimed at the head of the tabby cat. "What are you doing?" A passing child couldn't stand it and stepped forward. "Are you abusing cats? I'll take a picture of you and expose you." The child held up a phone watch and chased after the man's face, filming while scolding. "Shameless, such a big person hitting a cat in the street." "You," the man opened his mouth and suddenly realized that more and more people were watching, and cyclists on the road had also stopped to look. In front of his shop, considering that it would have a bad influence. The man took the cigarette out of his mouth, paused for a moment before speaking again, having already thought out his explanation. "I'm not abusing the cat, it keeps coming into my store. I run a restaurant and hygiene standards are strict. If it goes in and runs around, whose responsibility is it if cat hair falls into the customers' bowls?" He pointed to the sign of the Fatty Noodle restaurant behind him. The man shrugged his shoulders. "Is it my fault that I just won't let it in?" "Huh?" the tabby cat hissed at him. "Not at all. It's you who wants the cat to catch the mice. Humans are truly cunning creatures." The cat was told to catch mice for some canned food, but after catching the mouse, it got hit instead. "Promises mean nothing." All right, you can take it home and raise it. Don't moralize me, you little kid. I'm just running a small business. It's not easy for me to survive." The fat man threw down the stick and glared at the cat. "You're not allowed to come into my shop anymore." The child opened his mouth and said, "Little cat, come with me. If you give it the canned food, won't it not go in?" Wen Youning frowned and glared at the boss. "A person this grown up, tricking a cat into doing hard labor. That's quite something." What? Cats doing hard labor sounds really unfair." "I know, tabby cats are very smart. Didn't someone online lose their cat and then used freeze-dried food to ask a tabby cat to help find it? The shop owner should have asked the tabby cat for help too." "What the heck? So shameless, bullying a cat that can't talk. How can they even cut the cat's salary?" "Is that true? I think the owner seems quite kind. Could it be a misunderstanding? Don't jump to conclusions so early." "What nonsense are you talking about?" The fat boss was stunned at first, then reacted and retorted, "You're simply being you're simply." After struggling for a long time, the chubby boss couldn't think of a suitable way to express himself, and despite all the cameras filming, he didn't manage to spit out even a single curse word. Instead, he was left with a face so red from holding it in. "Meow!" The tabby cat ran to Wen Youning's feet. The clever little cat knew that Wen Youning would hear it and raised its head to start complaining. "Meow! This person is very wicked. Extremely wicked." The tabby cat has a white patch on its chest that looks a lot like the dried fish at home, but is much larger than the dried fish. It seems to be the boss of the street. The little cat paw with a bit of white glove is pointing and gesturing at the fat boss. He tricked the cat into helping him catch mice, but he never gave her any canned food. The cat caught and brought him the mouse. He chased after the cat and hit her. And the cat also saw the spilled white flour that she swept up to cook noodles. Wen Youning was calculating the words of the tabby cat's heart. "White flour. Is it the flour that has been sprinkled and swept up for cooking noodles?" She frowned. The hygiene of this store was concerning. This person is indeed awful. The commotion at the entrance also attracted the customers inside the noodle shop. There were quite a few people eating noodles in the early morning, but this store only had a few scattered customers. As soon as someone near the door lifted the curtain, they heard this remark, and suddenly the noodles in their mouth didn't taste good anymore. "Slander, lies, I will sue you. I will sue you for spreading rumors and defamation. You shouldn't speak recklessly about things you have no evidence for." The fat boss was sweating profusely, but still yelled angrily at Wen Youning. The child looked around, feeling a bit confused for a moment. "Meow!" The cat did not lie. The tabby cat shouted loudly. Meow also saw the white round things that were scattered on the ground for the mice to eat. "You swept them in together." "What do mice eat? Just now the tabby cat said flour, so this other described thing should not be flour. What to feed the mice? Wen Youning gasped, rat poison. She heard this and her expression changed, shouting towards the noodle shop, "Don't eat any noodles." This shout startled the customers inside who were eating noodles. When the customers' noodles were just served, and the chopsticks were ready to bring the noodles to her mouth, she was scared stiff and didn't dare to eat. The boss's wife came out from the kitchen. "What's going on? Young lady, why are you shouting?" The fat boss wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Who knows? Probably a lunatic. Everyone just eat, don't pay attention to her. I've called the police." I mean, they say not to eat rat poison with noodles, as if there's rat poison in the noodles. The customer by the door shook his head and lowered his head to slurp on the beef noodles. The customer chewed on the noodles and muttered, "That little girl is really something. She talks to the cat as if it can understand her, but don't ruin the boss's business, it's too much." The conversation abruptly stopped as a sudden sharp pain in his abdomen made it hard for him to steady the bowl in his hand. He trembled as he pressed on his abdomen. "Damn, my stomach hurts so much." The last sound of the word hurt had not yet faded when the customer already slammed face first onto the table. With a bang. It even echoed in the small shop. But no one cared, because aside from the customers who had just walked in and hadn't had time to order, everyone else in the room was slumped over at the tables, including the boss and his wife. Some people who had eaten less were conscious and struggling to call, while others had already begun to foam at the mouth. "What the heck?" The customer, startled by Wen Youning, was so scared that he dared not eat his noodles and swallowed nervously. Wen Youning shouted, "What are you staring at? Call an ambulance." The fat boss and the boss's wife seemed to come to their senses at this moment and rushed forward to help. "The hospital is right next door." Wen Yu quickly unlocked his phone to find the hospital's phone number. "Hello, is this the city hospital?" "What's going on? I just entered the live stream and I'm completely bewildered." "Someone has poison, call the police quickly." "I just called the police and they said they have received the report." Luckily, Teacher Wen had just sat down and hadn't had time to order, otherwise eating this noodle would have been deadly. What kind of good person can cut the salary of a little cat? The doctor and the stretcher arrived very quickly. Right next to the hospital, there was a large-scale poisoning incident, but no ambulances arrived. Doctors and nurses came over together. Wen Youning helped lift the person onto the stretcher, and when she turned back, she saw the fat boss picking up the noodles from the table. "That is evidence. If you get rid of it, you are suspected of destroying material evidence." Wen Youning said coldly, "I advise you not to." "I'll just put it away." The fat boss trembled in fear. "When the police arrive, I'll give it to them." "How can you make such baseless assumptions?" "What is given to the police?" The police happened to hear this. The things passed from the fat boss's hands to him. Zhao Jiak came in behind the police, glanced at Wen Youning, let out a helpless sigh, said nothing, but it was clear she meant, "We meet again." Wen Yu saw 3 police officers and leaned close to Wen Youning's ear, asking, "Are you 3 on duty? Is this incident so serious?" "I'm not responsible for this case. I heard someone upstairs scolding the cat's owner for poisoning the noodle shop owner, so I came down to take a look." Although Zhao Jiak and Wen Youning are not colleagues, they have worked together to solve the case in every sense of the word. It was an acquaintance. Just as her colleague finished their shift and went upstairs, she took the opportunity to come down and take a look. As expected, the outcome didn't surprise her at all. "Why are you handcuffing me? I haven't done anything," the fat boss shouted but dared not struggle, beads of sweat continually forming on his forehead. The boss lady wanted to say something else, but the next pair of handcuffs was already on her hands. For a moment, no words could come out of my throat. The police officer looked at the customers still standing in the room and said, "Thank you all for coming with me to the police station to take a statement." The tabby cat was peeking outside, looking around. Do you want it too? The kitten doesn't need it. Wen Youning glanced at Zhao Jiaqi as she passed by the tabby cat and said, Officer Zhao, can you help me buy a few cans of cat food? I will transfer the money to you via WeChat. For it, sure. Zhao Jiaqi did not refuse, but you have to let it go with me. There are no places around here that sell pet food. Okay, Wen Youning patted the tabby cat's head. Go with this, sister. She will buy you delicious food. It's on me. The boss probably doesn't even know that rat poison is mixed into the flour. It's just that the fallen flour was too good to throw away, so they kept using it after sweeping, accidentally bringing the rat poison on the ground with it. There are many brands, shapes, and colors of rat poison, and I don't know which one the boss bought, but it's highly likely that it's white. Otherwise, bright colors like red or orange wouldn't go unnoticed if mixed in. The first pot made from contaminated flour will serve the unlucky customers who come in for noodles in the morning. The little cat saw and told her, and also saved a few customers who didn't have time to eat. Meow! The tabby cat's high-raised tail brushed against Wen Youning's calf, heading towards Zhao Jiaqi for food. Okay. Cayenne Yu sighed, took a sip of soda, and paid for the soda with a scan when going out, saying, I really admire this store. Even without the rat poison. Eating the flour that has fallen on the ground without knowing, if you don't notice it, that's fine. But if you realize it after finishing eating, it would be so disgusting that you'd want to vomit your intestines out. Haha, it feels like Teacher Wen is either taking notes or on the way to taking notes. At this writing speed, Teacher Wen will be able to publish a book in no time. Wait, does that mean we're ending the stream again? This time it's not a black screen, it's a real ending. Yes, Wen Youning held the streaming device and happened to see this comment, let's go, we'll stream again at home. I give up, I'm still waiting for the follow-up. Let's wait for the police report. The previous banners have already been delivered to the house. Wen Youning has many small animals at home, and the tassels on the banners are their favorite. They usually say, don't touch, while their paws are still on it. To avoid damage, Wen Youning received them all together and has not unfolded them. At the police station, Wen Youning is relatively familiar with Zhao Jiaqi, but in fact other policemen look familiar. Besides, this matter has nothing to do with Wen Youning. How did the rat poison get into the flour? There are surveillance cameras in the kitchen. Although it was deleted, it can be easily fixed by professionals. The surveillance video clearly captured everything. At first you can see white powder in the corner, and there are a few dough balls rolled into spheres on the floor. Most likely rat poison. I don't know which flavor the mouse likes, so I made 2 different ones. The tabby cat moves around the kitchen, carrying the mouse and jumping onto the chair, while the chubby boss smiles as if saying something, but the surveillance has no sound. Then the chubby boss unexpectedly picked up the broom and struck at it. The tabby cat also fought back without backing down, and they started fighting like this. In a small environment, the agile tabby cat has the advantage, especially since the boss needs to pay attention to the row of pots on the stove, while the cat doesn't have to worry about that. The overweight boss was out of breath and hesitant, not wanting to damage his kitchen. He stubbornly endured several hits. In the end, the tabby cat jumped out of the window, stepping on a pile of flour bags. The overweight boss also chased out without hesitation, hesitating for a moment when he stepped on the flour on the ground, and then took a broom to sweep it into the dustpan. While pouring into the flour bag, I thought for a moment, then poured it into the basin and turned on the faucet to add water. At this time, the rat poison powder on the ground was obviously less, and those rat poison balls had already disappeared without a trace. The boss raised his head while kneading, and it seemed like he was cursing with his mouth moving. Is he cursing at that tabby cat? Cayenne Yu walked over from behind Wen Youning and glanced at her phone. Most likely. Wen Youning slowed down, looking at the surveillance footage frame by frame. After arguing with the tabby cat, it ran out, just coinciding with what we saw. Wen Youning pouted. I said something zipped past when I went to get the drinks. Changing the subject, Wen Youning suspiciously asked, Teacher Wen, how did you transcribe so quickly? She had been followed and interrogated by a passerby for a long time, thinking that Teacher Wen would be later, and while taking notes, she was daydreaming and considering whether to order takeout for Teacher Wen after coming out. After all, a person is like iron and food is like steel. No one can hold up for half a day without eating. Wen Youning smiled lightly and asked if she had experience to share. Wen Youning moved her arm a bit and said, Sai, let's go home, Teacher Wen. The cafeteria in the park is much safer. Clean and hygienic. Flour spilled on the ground that has been stepped on. Just thinking about it makes her unable to bear it. Let's go. Wen Youning put away her phone. The car I called has arrived. Coming. In the small courtyard. Noon is the perfect time for a nap. Many puppies are sleeping comfortably in the air conditioning inside the house. After a delay at the police station, it was almost afternoon by the time I returned to the zoo. Wen Youning was too lazy to cook and just went to the cafeteria to eat before going back, feeling both tired and hungry. Rock Wolf. Before Wen Youning opened the yard door, she locked eyes with Rock Wolf, who was guarding inside. What are you doing here? Isn't it hot? Dogs have thick fur, and when they are sunbathing in the hot sun, it's easy for them to get heat stroke. Wen Youning patted Rock Wolf's head. The fur was warm from being baked in the sun. But the Rock Wolf doesn't seem to have the intention of panting to cool down. It doesn't seem that hot. Are you okay? Wen Youning rubbed its cheek. Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Whoa. No. Wen Youning hugged the Rock Wolf and said, let's go in first. The recovery from the last photo shoot went really well, and in a few days we can take off the plaster. Meow. The little tabby cat tilted its head while stepping on the little panda's head. The little panda tilted its head along with her. You two, be careful not to fall. Wen Youning came in and gently patted each of them, even not overlooking the red falcon hiding in the back. Go around the dogs on the ground. Wen Youning said, you all play by yourselves, I'm going to take a nap first. This body desperately needs to replenish sleep. Just now, while eating, my eyelids were so heavy that I almost fell asleep in the cafeteria. After simply rinsing off, Wen Youning came out covered in steam, took the little tabby cat from the bedside and sighed, huh. Busy to the point of chaos, turning day into night, I embraced the kitten, feeling all my fatigue dissipate. Wen Youning closed her eyes and chatted casually with the kitten. What did you have for lunch? Meow. Meat. Delicious meat. Wen Youning, did Mr. Lin come today? Here comes the cat. I brought some delicious meat. Meow. But it's not as good as what sister makes. Wen Youning laughed. Patch it up. Meow. The little tabby flipped over in her arms. To be honest, meow. Wen Youning fumbled to pick up the little cat and gave its furry head a kiss, her voice gradually becoming softer, her consciousness drifting away. Dried fish was pushing against her energetically, purring and rubbing up close, licking Wen Youning's cheek. The cat gasped for half a day, and then got tired of rubbing against me. The little tabby kitten stepped on Wen Youning's chin with its soft pads and fell asleep resting on her arm. The mobile phone on the bedside is flashing. The indicator light came on, but the bell hadn't rung yet. The red kestrel on the bedside rack tilted its head and flew over without saying a word to grab the phone. Before the phone rang, I clenched the phone and threw it out. The little black one crouching at the door had an average gaze but exceptional reflexes. I didn't see what flew over. It was already in my mouth. Then, buzz, 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 buzz. The vibrating phone directly stunned Zio Hai, making his eyes twitch along with the vibration. Taking 2 steps outside, its paws have already turned inward. Zio Hai loosened its mouth, and the phone fell onto the blanket, causing it to be jolted backward. The rabbit is nibbling on fresh greenery nearby. The crunchy flowers and grasses are tastier than those in the outer green belt and even better than dry hay. It doesn't even look at the rabbit food in the bowl. It tastes each of the houseplants one by one. The phone fell to the ground with a thud, the sound quickly absorbed by the carpet. A rabbit darted over, opening its mouth buzz buzz. The vibration made the phone spin, startling the rabbit who kicked it with its foot. "Teacher Wen," Lin Beiyu's voice came from the other end of the phone. The rock wolf walked in front of the phone, and the phone screen showed a video call that was connected, with Lin Beiyu smiling at the camera on the other side. A moment of clarity when seeing the rock wolf in the lens. "Rock wolf, where is Teacher Wen?" The rock wolf lifted its paw and stepped disconnected. Lin Beiyu. Looking at the black screen reflecting his own face, Lin Beiyu fell into deep thought. Did Teacher Wen give this phone to Yan Lang? Wen Youning frowned and turned over on the bed, squinting as the room was dim. The room was dark without any lights on, and the curtains were not drawn. Outside, there were scattered stars at the edge of the sky, and the city's starlit sky was only dimly illuminated. It feels like it's getting late. Wen Youning sat up, first petting the cat on her lap, then putting it down. "Yan Lang, have you seen me?" Stepping out the door, Wen Youning paused and saw the phone on the table. "Strange. Did I forget to take it inside? I'm so tired that I'm a bit dizzy and didn't pay much attention." Wen Youning picked up her phone to check the unread messages and casually glanced at the time. 1 o'clock in the morning. My schedule has been completely reversed now. Wen Youning rubbed her face and tidied her hair. Did Mr. Lin come this afternoon? As she was saying that, she turned around and saw the note posted at the kitchen door. "Dinner and snacks have all been fed, signed by Lin Beiyu." Wen Youning removed the note and placed it on the table, then turned on the live streaming equipment. "Good evening. Teacher Wen's live streaming time is getting more and more bizarre. Before, it was live streaming during morning jogging. It's fine. Just hold on a bit longer during this time and go for a run directly after staying up all night. Teacher Wen, the police report from the breakfast shop has been released." So, Wen Youning took a bottle of ice water in her hand. She thought it would take at least 3 or 4 days to get started. She didn't expect that what happened in the morning would occur in the afternoon. Wen Youning clicked in and was relieved to see that no one had died. The amount of rat poison was small. Accidentally bringing it in was not like deliberately administering a large amount. Additionally, since it wasn't raw flour and the amount distributed into each person's bowl was limited, symptoms could be attributed to the rat poison, and timely rescue and gastric lavage saved a life. This is so frightening. What a heartless boss, giving people flour from the ground. Gross. What's going on with talking to cats? Is it true or not? Link to live stream. All I can say is if you believe it, it exists. If you don't, it doesn't. What's going on with this picture? There's a mosaic and I can't see the person. Many people in the comments section are sharing the addresses of noodle shops. Wen Youning's livestream automatically blurs people's faces to avoid disputes over portrait rights. The videos circulating online, aside from those filmed by onlookers at the scene, are animated screenshots from Wen Youning's livestream. From the very beginning, when the fat boss fought with the tabby cat, someone was already taking pictures with their phone. Everything that happened later was filmed in its entirety. There was absolutely no situation where something happened suddenly, and there was no time to grab the phone. Wen Youning cooked a bowl of noodles, added an egg and a hot dog, and garnished it with some green vegetables. The meal was considered complete. The little tabby cat leaned over to sniff, squinting its eyes from the warm air. Meow. It doesn't smell good, meow. Eating a bowl of hot noodles after waking up is quite comfortable. Awake now, Wen Youning took a bite of the noodles and scratched the little tabby cat under its chin. Want to sleep a little longer? Meow. The tabby cat raised its paw and placed it on her hand. Let's sleep together, meow. I've slept for a long time. Wen Youning had just woken up and wasn't tired at all. I still have to go to the hospital later. The tabby cat yawned and snuggled into her arms, purring softly. Wen Youning held the bowl and took a sip of soup, slowly finishing the bottom of the bowl and playing with the cat to help with digestion. The registration form for picking up the dog has already been sent to her phone today. Wen Youning reposted the dogs that were not claimed on the homepage. Scrolling down casually, the play count, playback volume, and data on likes and shares are basically all in the multiple digits. The exposure should be sufficient. Wen Youning curved her fingers and pinched her knuckles, taking off the little cat on her body. I'm leaving. It's too late, and the little animals at home are all asleep. If the little dog doesn't need to guard the house, there's no need to sleep during the day and keep its eyes open at night. Everyone sleeps whenever they feel like it. Wen Youning has instead become the only one in the family who is active at night. The wind started blowing at night. It is not as hot as during the day. The wind that occasionally blows is cool, making it more comfortable to walk at night than during the day. There are only a few animal hospitals on the outskirts. The repaired streetlights are much brighter than usual. Wen Youning walked under the lights, her shadow stretching and changing behind her. The hospital's lights are on, and you can vaguely hear the sound of dogs barking inside. The doctor on duty is still busy. Wen Youning changed her clothes and went in to help. Who, Teacher Wen? The nurse held down the dog on the counter with one hand and picked it up. Why are you here? Come over and take a look. Wen Youning approached wearing gloves. What happened to it? The nurse shook her head. I don't know. Dr. Lee has gone to the bathroom and asked me to keep an eye on it for a while. It keeps bumping into the cage, and Dr. Lee asked me to take it out to get an x-ray. The puppy was whining and wagging its tail under the nurse's hand. Woo, woof. Let go quickly, let go, Wang. No more, Wang, no more. Wen Youning asked, pressing her fingers on its belly, what's bothering you? Woof. Wang couldn't hold it anymore. Upon hearing this, Wen Youning immediately picked up the puppy and put it in the nearby litter box. Nurse, Mr. Wen, what's going on with you? It wants to go to the bathroom. It only crashed into the cage because it couldn't hold it in. Wen Youning glanced at the empty cage. It probably doesn't want to dirty the place where it sleeps. Sure enough, the dog in the litter box immediately stopped whimpering. Dr. Lee heard the noise stop and rushed out in a hurry. What happened? What happened? Why is there no sound? Wen Youning said, it's okay, don't worry. Dr. Lee breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I thought, how come the dog was silent while taking the pictures? This is a mess. Fortunately, it hasn't been filmed yet. I heard those machines are very expensive. Ha ha ha, a clean little dog who would rather hold it in until it shivers all over than go in its sleeping area. The puppy might not recognize the pee pad. It's laid out in the cage. Wen Youning checks the dogs in the cage and adds water and dog food according to their injuries. The zoo hospital is always equipped with these. They are all prepared for the little animals that are rescued. Special attention must be paid to the puppies that are fasting and have no water. Woof. Is it you? It's you, right? Woof remembers you. When passing by the cage, a brown tabby rural dog was staring intently at Wen Youning. This dog was almost as large as an Alaskan, and the cage was a large one. The large dog's bark was deep and resonant. Do you remember me? Wen Youning crouched down to meet the gaze of the tabby rural dog in the cage. Is it me? Wow, the big dog remembers its lifesaver. This is too much like a fairy tale. It warms the heart of anyone watching. The tabby rural dog suddenly raises its voice. Woof woof. Damn it, you're the one who poked the dog with a needle. Wang saw it. Don't let Wang out, he's definitely going to bite you. Wen Youning. There's no other way. Wen Youning looked into the angry eyes of the Tabby Street dog and said helplessly, given your condition at that time, if we don't do acupuncture, you won't survive to be rescued. She doesn't even remember how many dogs she treated yesterday. She only remembers being busy towards the end, with Zhao Zi constantly handing her needles and even specifically going to her house to get needles. She had used up all the ones in the hospital. Although the hospital itself doesn't have many, this quantity is indeed quite considerable. Tabby Garden dogs really hold grudges. Woof. No way, Woof won't let you go, bad guy. Wen Youning crossed her arms, reasoning, I saved you. Woo. The bad person who saved Wang. Wen Youning. Good, good, good. You are very good at using words. The first thing I did when I woke up, forgetting my roots. Haha, this fluffy one is quite fierce. Acupuncture, you don't understand this. Do you know the value of Teacher Wen's acupuncture, you little dog? The Tabby countryside dog doesn't know, and it's quite fierce. If it weren't for the iron cage blocking it, seeing it like this, it would definitely jump out to bite her. Wen Youning rested her chin on her hand and said, You're being unreasonable. Woof, the Tabby stray dog lowered its eyes. Stop with the nonsense. If you can, let Wang out and Wang will fight you to the death. If the dog goes out, it will bite you. It will bite whichever hand pricked it. HMPH. A low, warning sound emerged as the rock wolf slowly paced in front of the cage, glancing casually at the grinning Tabby farm dog inside. The only barking sound in the ward suddenly disappeared. The Tabby farmhouse dog was stiff and motionless, pressing against the bars of the cage with its kissing part. The rock wolf turned around and the Tabby farmhouse dog quickly withdrew its mouth, awkwardly circling in the cage. Woo. Dog, this cage is really beautiful, and the sunset at night is pretty too. Puahaha, showing teeth. Why aren't you showing your teeth anymore? Come on, can you restore that brave demeanor from earlier? I allow you to teach the rock wolf a lesson. I'm dying of laughter, don't make it difficult for the puppy. What's the difference between this and the Dragon King, letting the shrimp soldiers and crab generals take down the Tang monk and his disciples? Why did you come here, Yanlang? Wen Youning didn't even notice when Yanlang followed her out. There are bacteria all around. It's fine, I've done disinfection. Dr. Li looked up. Is this the dog you rescued before? The Caucasian shepherd is indeed handsome. Yanlang licked his nose, gently lifted his head, leaned against Wen Youning's wrist, but his gaze was on the Tabby mixed-breed dog in the cage. The brindle rural dog circled a few times in the cage, and there were always moments when it encountered the rock wolf, so it shrank back into the corner, thinking of burying its head in it, but was also afraid that the rock wolf would come in and bite its back. This made the brindle rural dog anxious. Once you're gone, I'll go out and deal with her. One bite and she'll be dead. HMPH, provoking me. I'm not to be messed with. You think the dog is afraid of you. The dog can take you down in an instant. A swing of the tail, Woof! The Tabby rural dog was thinking too beautifully, so much so that by the time it realized, it had already called out. HMPH. The rock wolf squinted. Woof. HMPH. Tabby rural dog. It stuck out its tongue, squinting its eyes and smiling with its mouth corners turned up. It lay down in the cage, belly up, with its tail wagging up and down. Flattered. Haha, why do I feel like I've been caught talking bad about someone? The look from the rock wolf is just too handsome. Haha, this dog is really good at reading the situation. Dr. Li chuckled while watching. The belly-up Tabby farm dog was panting with its tongue out, stealing a glance at Dr. Li. The dog remembers you. The dog will definitely find a chance to bite you. Is it staring at me? Dr. Li said while wiping the cup in his hand. It doesn't look like a good sign. Wen Youning smiled and said, "It remembers you too. It will find a chance to bite you." Oh, still quite resentful. Dr. Lee has been working in the zoo since graduation, and it's been several years. Many of the small animals he has treated hold grudges. Whenever he passes by the park, he finds they come chasing after him, barking at her from inside the enclosure. Tiger-striped rural dog. How did people know if it didn't make a sound? Under the intimidation of the rock wolf, the tiger-striped rural dog's head reacted much slower. No way. Something strange. Only now do I realize something's odd. Wen Youning added dog food to its bowl, and the tabby rural dog curled up in a corner, obediently, without even making a sound. The tabby rural dog's nose twitched. The rock wolf's forepaw moved forward, and the tabby terrier quickly turned its head to the side. Can't hear it anymore, can't hear it anymore. Do you want to have something to eat, rock wolf? Wen Youning grabbed a handful of dog food for it. The little animals at home have only eaten dog food when there was no time to prepare their meals at first, and later they all eat fresh food made by themselves. Occasionally, when people eat too much meat and fish, they still want a bowl of instant noodles. The rock wolf sniffed the dog food but showed little interest, eating only 2 pellets before turning away under Wen Youning's watchful gaze. It seems like it doesn't want to eat. Wen Youning rubbed the back of her hand against the rock wolf and continued to add food around the cage in the room. The palatability of the dog food is quite good. The puppies are eating quite happily. Wen Youning put down the leftover dog food, took off her gloves, and before she could sit down, she noticed a steady stream of exclamation marks appearing in the comments on her watch. Usually, a continuous stream of punctuation marks in the live stream only happens when something major occurs. Slow down a bit, did I miss any comments? Wen Youning picked up her phone and scrolled up, discovering a comment left by another streamer on the same platform. Qingfeng Jiao has sent several messages in a row, seemingly still in the live broadcast room, while Wen Youning is still scrolling, and an emergency notification has popped up on the screen. "Teacher Wen, help!" Qingfeng Jiao's anxious voice came through. "My cat suddenly went limp just now, without any warning. One moment it was sleeping on the sofa, and the next moment it started convulsing, crying out. Then it just stopped moving." Qingfeng Jiao is now crouching next to the sofa. On the sofa, a British Shorthair with silver gradient is slightly opening its mouth, breathing heavily, staring blankly ahead with vacant eyes, lying on its side, and its front paws are twisted in an extremely awkward position, claws slowly clawing at the air. Just looking at it makes me feel very uncomfortable. Sudden paralysis. Is there any hereditary disease or underlying illness? When Youning enlarged the screen, generally, the first suspicion for sudden paralysis is parasites or poisoning. Do you usually feed raw meat? Has it eaten anything wrong? No, the previous health check only showed a bit of rhinitis. Its health is fine, and I regularly deworm it. I feed it cat food from this brand, and I don't give it raw meat, all cooked. Qingfeng Jiao had already gone through the questions the doctor might ask in her mind, connected and answering fluently. Chocolate usually stays at home, doesn't go out, and won't accidentally eat anything. Qingfeng Jiao was frantically scrolling through her phone, seemingly trying to find something, but her hands were shaking uncontrollably. She simply gave up and said, "I just returned from a business trip and suspected it might have eaten something. I also checked the surveillance, and the paralysis can be traced back to an hour ago when it was completely normal. The cat seems really serious. Don't talk anymore, hurry and take it to the pet hospital." I also think the situation is very bad, but is the pet hospital still open at this time? Qingfeng Jiao held the kitten's paw, steadying her mind. "No, our pet hospital operates on a strict schedule. I just called a familiar doctor, but no one answered. I've reached out to everyone I could on my list, even the orthopedic veterinarian, but received no response. It's indeed too late. Even those who stay up late should be sleeping." I will wake up in a few hours after going to bed early. Right now is the time when I am in deep sleep. You can't tell from the live stream. Wen Youning frowned and asked, which city are you in now? King Feng Jiao said, City A. I am a local of City A. She entered the live stream hoping for good luck, because she saw that Wen Youning's homepage IP is also in City A. Wen Youning thought for a moment. Given the British short hair's current condition, an X-ray is definitely needed, so she said, I'll send you the address of the zoo, bring the cat over now. Okay, thank you Teacher Wen, I'm coming right away. I'll be there soon. Qing Fengjiao's anxious, slightly red eyes lit up, unable to wait and hung up the call to run get the cat bag. Having a pet emergency in the middle of the night really makes one feel helpless. I don't know about other cities, but we don't have any 24-hour pet hospitals here. It scared me to hold my cat tightly. I hope for peace. Wen Youning has cleared a consultation table in advance, disinfected it, and laid down a urine pad, saying, I will go to the door to greet someone. The zoo does not open at night. Even security personnel who need to come in for duty will not let anyone in. Moreover, there is a distance from the zoo to the hospital, and outside vehicles are not allowed to enter, so King Feng Jiao running all the way in delays the treatment time. You've already walked so much today, you can't come with me. When Youning blocked the rock wolf that wanted to go out with her, kneeling on one knee and holding the rock wolf's head, I'll drive, just wait for me to come back here. Woo-woo. After settling the rock wolf, Wen Youning hurried out of the hospital. The car is at home. She walked over and still needs to go home first. The address that Wen Youning sent to Qing Feng Jiao specified which door to go to. The zoo has 4 main entrances located in the north, south, east, and west, as well as a main entrance and many smaller gates. There is a gate closer to the hospital, but no one is on duty at night, so the gate cannot be opened. Wen Youning turned the steering wheel and drove to the front of the gate but did not see anyone. Who is it? The security guard noticed the big light in the yard and opened the door. Are you trying to go out? Wen Youning said, I'm not going out, sir. I'm waiting for someone. The old guard nodded. All right, I'll open the door for you. Just close it yourself when you leave. Wen Youning got out of the car and smiled. All right, thank you, sir. The old guard waved his hand and sat back down inside. A dark red sports car cut through the night. The roar of the sports car engine could be heard from a distance. The parking spaces along the road near the zoo were relatively empty at night, with a space available every few cars. King Feng Jiao casually found a parking space near the entrance and hurriedly got out of the car. Teacher Wen. Wen Youning reached out her hand. Give it to me. The gentle breeze carefully took out the airline box. The cat bag is too small. I'm afraid it will be uncomfortable lying down like this, so I used the airline box. Meow. A faint cat meow came from inside the airline box. It hurts, meow. Choking in panic. I have a headache. Meow, I'm so dizzy. Wen Youning was driving while distinguishing the voice of the chocolate. It has a foreign body sensation in the throat, headache and dizziness, and I can't move. King Feng Jiao sat in the back. There were only her and Wen Youning here, so she instinctively thought Wen Youning was talking to her. Is it these symptoms? I'm not very sure. Wen Youning said, it's a bit like a misalignment of the cervical vertebrae. What? King Feng Jiao jolted. Is it that cervical vertebra in the neck? Did it suddenly become paralyzed because the neck is broken? It's not broken, it's misaligned. Pressure on the nerves can cause the body to be immobile. Wen Youning couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Has it done any vigorous exercise? Suddenly like this, it can only be caused by some behavior not long ago that led to an abnormality in the body, and then while sleeping, unconscious rolling and turning the head resulted in severe misalignment of the cervical vertebrae, which put pressure on the nerves. No, King Feng Jiao was completely confused by the question. That cat spent the whole day either sleeping or eating. What kind of intense exercise could it possibly do? Even jumping up and down from the cat tree would count as overexertion. Besides, she should be able to hear the injuries caused by intense exercise. I checked the surveillance and found nothing unusual, and I also asked my partner, who said everything was fine. Moreover, my partner is a freelancer and is at home 24 hours a day, so logically speaking, with such serious injuries, it shouldn't be possible to make no sound at all. King Feng Jiao couldn't figure out what was going on no matter how hard she thought. Could it be a stroke? King Feng Jiao suddenly remembered something. Yesterday it dislocated its jaw, and my partner took it out to reset it. The car stopped in front of the animal hospital. Wen Youning picked up the airline carrier and got out. Is the vet resetting bones? King Feng Jiao jogged to catch up, responding repeatedly. Yes, it said that he is highly recommended by his brother and is a very famous traditional Chinese veterinary doctor. Wen Youning paused. Let's take an x-ray first and then talk. Is there a problem with the chiropractic adjustment? Although, it seems that reputable chiropractic hospitals need to conduct a lot of tests and check bone density. If it's not up to standard, adjustment is not allowed. Jaw dislocation, why would it cause the cervical vertebrae to fall? Are they in the same place? Chiropractic care for pets is quite common. If there really is a problem with the adjustment, then it can only be said that Sister Jiao was taken advantage of. Wen Youning hurriedly took Chocolate to shoot a film. When taking the cat out of the airline box, Chocolate's condition was quite good. Except for not being able to move, its spirit was still there. It looked much better than what I saw in the live stream. Good, it will be fine soon. Wen Youning stroked the fur of the Chocolate, which couldn't move on its own, so it simply did not use those restraints. The cervical spine X-ray does not require a fixed position like a chest X-ray. Just confirm the position before shooting. The rock wolf stood at the door, and the completely closed door concealed what was inside. King Feng Jiao was nervously peering through the glass beside him, hoping that his little cat was okay. The nurse came in and said, "Hello, please sit here and wait. This area is off limits." Oh, okay. King Feng Jiao was anxious just now. She had followed Wen Youning in without noticing the no entry sign and walked straight in after hearing that. The nurse looked at the Caucasian man standing at the door and asked, Yan Lang. Yan Lang turned his back to her, took a couple of steps to the side to clear the doorway, and then stood still. "Nurse, that's not what I meant." Click. The nurse didn't have a chance to say anything more before the door opened from the inside. Wen Youning came out holding Chocolate and saw the nurse standing dazed at the door. "What's wrong?" The nurse said, "It's nothing, Teacher Wen. Is there anything you need help with?" "Wen Youning, you can take a break, I can handle it." King Feng Jiao stood at the end of the corridor looking inside, and when she saw Wen Youning come out, she hurriedly asked, "Did you finish taking the photos?" The film needs to wait for a while." While speaking, Wen Youning came out and placed the silver gradually on the examination table, her gloved fingertips gliding over it, mainly at the back of the neck. The silver gradually lay for a while and then regained some strength. Its crooked claws relaxed on their own. King Feng Jiao held her breath, watching Wen Youning's impassive face while occasionally frowning. For a moment, she was so nervous that she could hear her own heartbeat. "I'm so nervous watching it. So serious." Friendly reminder, you can breathe while watching the live stream. So does it really have anything to do with bone setting? After checking, Wen Youning can basically confirm that it is indeed a cervical bone dislocation. It's okay, not too serious. At this level, even without treatment, it can recover on its own after a while, but you will still experience dizziness and blurred vision. Wen Youning turned off the light and asked, "Which hospital do you go to for bone alignment?" "Hospital? It's not really a hospital, just a place for bone setting." King Feng Jiao started scrolling through her phone again. That bone setting place is quite popular online. A lot of people from other places come here to have their pets treated. My partner said he had to make an appointment in advance and there was quite a long wait. She repeated the detail, trying to convince herself that it was a legitimate bone setting clinic. Wen Youning kept talking about bone setting, and King Feng Jiao is now really suspicious that it might be an issue with the bone setting clinic. Teacher Wen, please wait a moment. I asked my partner for the full video of the bone setting. King Feng Jiao hurriedly opened her phone. The video was still showing as downloading. When she turned it around, the download progress bar was almost at the end, and she clicked to play it, adjusting the screen to Wen Youning. Take a look. Meow. Meow. The sound of the silver gradient cat came from inside, and as the dislocated jaw was put back, the meows became louder and louder. The boyfriend of the banana tree in the middle might think the cat's meow is too harsh. Doctor, could you be a bit gentler, please? Chocolate. Are you a doctor? Am I a doctor? If it's too light, it won't work. Did you come here for nothing? The video played back a harsh reprimand. What attitude is that? Paying for trouble. Standing beside Wen Youning, King Feng Jiao tightly clenched her fingers. It was her first time seeing this video. The promotion says she is an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner of an advanced age. She shut her eyes, holding back the filthy words she wanted to say. Where has the senior gone? Isn't it a dislocated jaw? Why has it been pressed for so long? Wen Youning looked inside and saw that the adjustment technique was decent, but the area being treated was wrong, right? King Feng Jiao said, the doctor said the lumbar spine position is not right, and also. She felt her pocket and took out the diagnosis receipt. My partner said there are these problems as well, so I got those treated too. This is the receipt. But she doesn't understand many of the technical terms in it, and her online search only gives her a partial understanding. Wen Youning. As the sound of the cat in the video grew fainter, the chiropractic treatment also came to an end. The doctor in the video, all right, that's enough. Is this the little cat summoned? This is not good, this is just surrender. Vision, when I was getting a massage at the foot spa, it really hurt a lot. Seems like the old tricks are being used on the cat. Wen Youning turned off the video and pushed the phone back to King Feng Jiao. King Feng Jiao also didn't go to take it, just staring blankly at Wen Youning. Wen Youning slightly raised her chin. What are you looking at? Call the police. King Feng Jiao suddenly opened her mouth. Is it really his fault? Look at that doctor's face. He doesn't look like a good person. Avoid it, avoid it. King Feng Jiao's face instantly turned red. She felt guilty for not taking care of her kitten properly while away on business, spending a large amount of money to make the kitten comfortable, only to end up harming it. Who wouldn't be angry in this situation? The clear wind made her teeth chatter, and listening to Wen Youning, she picked up her phone and ran out to call the police. While speaking, the film also came out. The nurse came out from the corridor. Teacher Wen, here is your film. Okay. Wen Youning placed the film on the viewing light. The issue with her neck was not very obvious and required careful observation of the fluctuations. Wen Youning asked, do we have a neck brace suitable for its size at our hospital? I'll go check the storage room. The nurse took a look and saw that most of the neck braces are adjustable, but the sizes are fixed according to small, medium, and large. Convenient for adapting to different animals. Meow. The chocolate cat lifted its eyes and retracted the tongue it had stuck out. Meow, I feel unwell. It will be fine soon. Wen Youning picked up a needle. Besides the symptoms just now, is there anywhere else you feel uncomfortable? The chocolate blinked. Meow doesn't know. Meow can't move. Teacher Wen, I've called the police. King Feng Jiao pushed the door open and saw a silver tabby with a few needles stuck in it. Does it need to take some medicine in this condition? I'll prescribe some ointment for you later. Just take it home and apply it. You can bring less of the oral medication. Wen Youning said while fiddling with the needles, it just had a bone adjustment, I haven't touched it. It needs to wear a neck brace for observation. Come back for a follow-up in a week, and if the effect isn't good, I'll help it with the bone adjustment again. Bone adjustments are not like kneading dough. You can't just start pressing whenever you want. The time interval between 2 bone adjustments is too short. Even iron would struggle to handle it. Okay, I understand. King Feng Jiao squatted by the consultation desk in distress. Poor thing, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have gone on a business trip. It would have been fine if I stayed home to take care of you. Meow. Chocolate lifted a paw, and the trembling pad gently touched King Feng Jiao's head. King Feng Jiao's eyes instantly filled with tears. She opened her mouth and cried in anger. Wen Youning handed her a tissue. Sit there and rest for a while. Acupuncture still needs some time. King Feng Jiao wiped away her tears, shook her head, and said, I won't sit anymore. Stay here with Chocolate. Damn the quack doctor. What kind of bone setting is this? Such a long list is almost as long as a supermarket shopping receipt. Poor little cat suffers, boyfriend gives a slap, and the chiropractor uses the dragon subduing 18 palms. The nurse selected a few sizes of neck braces. Teacher Wen, how about trying this one? Wen Youning picked out one that looked about right, opened the sterile packaging on top. Here, be careful not to move, okay? Meow. The honest silver British Shorthair just moved its eyes. With the help of a nurse, and since the silver British Shorthair was very cooperative, the cervical collar was put on smoothly. Wen Youning removed the needle from the back of her neck early in the morning. After putting on the cervical collar, she took off the remaining needles from her body. All right, if there's no rush, stay in the hospital for observation overnight and you can take it back tomorrow. King Feng Jiao got up with red eyes. Thank you, Teacher Wen. Thank you so much. You came to bother me in the middle of the night. It's fine, as long as the cat is okay. Wen Youning thought for a moment, there are no empty cages inside, so let's rest here. In addition to this examination table, there are 2 other tables. If there's an emergency, we can clear the other 2 as well. King Feng Jiao nodded in agreement but didn't seem to intend to leave while holding the kitten's paw. Can I stay here, Teacher Wen? I can pay for the overnight stay, and I'll leave when the police arrive. No need. When Youning shook his head, I'll go get you a chair. Don't worry too much, it will be fine with me here. Woo-woo, thank you. Hearing the comforting words, King Feng Jiao instantly broke down in tears. Heaven knows how difficult it was for her to be tense, angry, and resentful all night. Wen Youning patted her shoulder, moved a chair in, set it down, and went out, conveniently closing the door behind her. A private space left for King Feng Jiao and her Chocolate. A night passed. Chocolate's condition has improved a lot. Lying on the examining table, he can now get up by himself, though his walking movements are still a bit stiff. However, it may also be because of the neck brace. The kitten wearing the neck brace is not used to it, so it wobbles while walking. Wen Youning wants to find something to surround the kitten and says, watch the edges, be careful not to fall down. Meow. Mom. Your mom went to the police station. She'll be back in a little while. Wen Youning gave it some easily digestible water with a neck support. It couldn't lower its head to eat normally, so she used a small spoon to serve it. Every time Chocolate calls out, it opens its mouth for a bite. Wen Youning was afraid it would choke, so she made sure to give it a bite right after it finished calling and before it closed its mouth, quick with her hands and eyes. Haha, it's on the card. Poor little baby, so miserable yet so cute. It's all right, Auntie will help you report that rubbish store. King Feng Jiao came in with breakfast. Teacher Wen. Are you back? Wen Youning got up. She hadn't left that morning. She was just waiting for King Feng Jiao to return from the police station. This is breakfast I brought for you. I looked at what you usually eat for breakfast in your live stream and picked a few for you to try. King Feng Jiao still had the cool, damp air from being outside in the morning on her body, and she didn't rush to touch the little cat. "Chocolate, Mommy is back. Can we be discharged from the hospital now, Teacher Wen?" "That's fine." Meow. After calling, Chocolate instinctively licked its lips. Just now, being fed a few times triggered a conditioned response. King Feng Jiao thought this action was a sign that he wanted to eat something. "Are you hungry?" Wen Youning said, "I just fed him, so don't give him snacks for the next few days, and he shouldn't eat hard food either." King Feng Jiao listened seriously. "Okay." Wen Youning handed over a paper bag. "I've packed the medicine for you. The usage instructions are written on the box. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions." She waved her hand and said, "Goodbye, Chocolate." Meow. "Goodbye, person." In the morning, several dogs were taken away from the ward again. The cage is getting emptier. The cage that just sent off the little animals cannot be used immediately. It needs to be fully cleaned and disinfected, then dried in the sun before being returned. Wen Youning was sitting on a chair eating a bun, while Yan Lang stood beside her. Based on the current arrangements, mealtime is the most free time. Wen Youning was holding a steamed bun, opening the live broadcast room, and bringing the first fan who applied to join the call, Autumn Equinox's Night. "Yes, it's me." Autumn Equinox's Night chuckled shyly and said, "Good morning, Teacher Wen. Could you please help me take a look at my little hedgehog? It has recently shown signs of self-harm. It keeps crashing against the glass tank day and night. I'm almost driven to madness by the noise." The hedgehog was silent, merely banging against the glass tank that contained it. The little hedgehog is the size of a palm. At first glance it looks fluffy, but upon closer inspection there are spines on its back. If it is not angry, stroking it with the direction of its fur usually won't cause any injury. But now this little hedgehog is clearly puffed up with anger. On the night of the autumn equinox, I dared not reach out to touch, only looking from outside the jar, saying, "I searched online for stereotypical behaviors, and I feel it resembles self-harm behaviors that arise after being confined for too long. Is there any way to treat this?" Spinning in circles and hurting oneself, every type matches what is said about stereotypical behaviors online. He also searched online to see if hedgehogs exhibit stereotypical behaviors, and opinions varied, with all kinds of comments. The night of the autumn equinox was no longer believable. I hurried over to join the chat. Earlier, my friend brought over his hedgehog to see if it could mate, but later it didn't work out and he took it back. The hedgehog was fine while it was here. Does its behavior have anything to do with its companion leaving? Wen Youning said, "Wait a moment. The hedgehog doesn't seem to be self-harming. Rather, it looks like it's angry. Come back, give it back to me. You're biased, you pest. Give it back to me. I am going out to beat you to death. Pulling out the thorn pierced you." Wen Youning. A small body with a big dream. Wen Youning said, "Don't interfere yet. What has he taken from you?" The sound of the glass cabinet crashing gradually disappeared, and the hedgehog shook its head and asked, "What sound?" "Of course he's taking my toy. That's my favorite toy. He actually took it without my permission and gave it to another hedgehog. That's too much. Not respectful to hedgehogs at all. The hedgehog wants to string him up." "Teacher Wen, what are you discussing?" The innocent knight of the autumn equinox said, "I didn't take its things." Wen Youning, "It says you gave its favorite toy to another hedgehog. It's very angry and wants to string you up." She probably understood the cause and effect, shrugged and said, "It didn't hit the glass to get out, but to break through this barrier and string you up. This is too much, this is too much." Exactly, parents who give toys to peers without the child's permission. String, immediately string a big string. You look honest and straightforward, but it turns out you're a bad cup too. I never, when did I give it a toy? On the night of the autumnal equinox I was even more confused. I have never bought it a toy. I have been raising hedgehogs for so long. Apart from necessities and food, what else is there? Did you give it to other hedgehogs? How is this possible? Wen Youning looked at the hedgehog and asked, "Are you sure it was him who sent it out?" Absolutely, it was him and only him. He didn't even buy it. Where did you get the toys? Or are you talking about daily necessities? Wen Youning looked at the small bowls and trinkets behind the hedgehog, which might have been misattributed to toys by the hedgehog. It is a duck. How did it come about? Of course it was snatched. It's a duck snatched. When Youning narrated the thoughts of the hedgehog, who did you snatch it from? That little hedgehog that came to your house. Now the hedgehog fell silent. Whoever grabs it first gets to keep it. On the night of the autumn equinox, could the toy it's referring to be that little rubber yellow duck? He took a deep breath and finally figured out where the misunderstanding came from. Is that yours? I was curious why something was missing when the hedgehog was sent away, and I thought that little hedgehog had hidden it. Turns out it was you who hid it.